Chapter 742. Lin Feng purposely waited for a period of time so that Luo Yao could stabilize his emotions and regain his composure. Through his brief contact and observation, he could confirm that this young man had a firm will and a rational and calm mind. This incident had a great impact on him, but it was not enough to cause him to break down mentally. For the current Luo Yao, the biggest problem was the confusion in his self-awareness and the many unanswered questions. Luo Yao's spirit was in the heavenly scarlet golden bead. Although his thoughts were a mess, he could still maintain his composure and observe the outside world. Then he discovered that the heavenly scarlet golden bead was carrying him through the void, as if it was going somewhere. A moment later, passing through layers of space, a bronze-skinned young Taoist dressed in purple appeared in front of him. He was quietly looking at the Scorpio golden pearl that was flying over. It was Lin Feng whom he had met before. Luo Yao opened his mouth. "Senior, did you bury this bead in my spirit?" He had no intention of blaming him. Instead, he seemed a little anxious. "Do you know what happened to me?" Lin Feng stretched out his palm and caught the heavenly scarlet golden bead. He communicated with Luo Yao's spirit inside the bead. "I already know what happened to you through this bead." This heavenly scarlet golden bead was indeed left behind by me. Previously, I only felt that your spirit was abnormal and that you were fated to meet this bead. So I left it to you. What happened afterward can only be said to be a joke of fate. Luo Yao silently nodded his head. Although it was the heavenly scarlet golden pearl that Lin Feng left behind that changed his fate and could even be said to have completely overturned his past, causing him to break off relations with Mu Yu, Yun Jinsi, and the others, he was able to distinguish between good and bad and did not resent Lin Feng. If it were not for the heavenly scarlet golden bead that awakened his demon soul and temporarily reconstructed his demon body, he would have died under the demon dragon's claws. Even Yun Jinsi, Chao Zhendong, and the others would have suffered if it was someone who was self-centered or someone who liked to vent their anger on others to make themselves feel better. They might have other thoughts. For example, as long as Lin Feng personally wiped out the dragons and sent them back to the Luofu Immortal Island, everyone would be happy. No one would die or be injured, and he would not become a member of the demon clan, unable to be tolerated by his former companions. But Luo Yao didn't think so. Whether it was himself, Mu Yu, or the others, they had only met Lin Feng once. They were neither friends nor relatives, so there was no reason for Lin Feng to make a move. "Senior, who exactly am I?" Luo Yao composed himself and asked. Lin Feng said calmly, "That female cultivator was right. You are indeed a member of the monster race. You were born with a monster soul, but your divine soul was separated from your original body and reincarnated as a human. However, the reincarnation did not destroy your true spirit, so you were a monster soul with a human body. As for your roots and race..." Lin Feng paused for a moment, then continued, "Your appearance is like a wolf standing on its hind legs, with 4 limbs like dragon claws, silver white fur, a triangular head, and purple light markings all over your body. These characteristics are the physical characteristics of the Yudu clan in the past. You might not have heard of this kind of monster race when you were a human, because this clan has disappeared for thousands of years. But I think you have some impression of it now." Luo Yao's divine soul swayed slightly, and he made a sigh. "Senior is right. Junior does have an impression of the 2 words Yudu, but many things are fragmented and can't be connected." Luo Yao suddenly laughed. "It seems that my name should be Daluo Yudu. This is my real name. I didn't expect that the nickname that Jean she gave me when I was young was actually my real name. This can be considered a lucky hit." "Huh?" Although he was laughing, Luo Yao, or rather, Daluo Yuda's expression was clearly full of worry, and there was no joy in it. Lin Feng looked at him and thought, Daluo Yuru, the person who gave him this name probably isn't as ignorant as that little girl, but has really placed hope in this youth. The person who named him is also very proud. However, there seems to be many secrets hidden in his demon soul, but I wonder what they are. Lin Feng looked silently at the former Luo Yao, the current Daluo, although this youth didn't hate him. From Lin Feng's own heart, fairly speaking, he did have an ulterior motive. He watched as Daluo was reborn and restored to his original appearance. If he hadn't met him, it was hard to say what would have happened to Daluo, Muyu, and the others. Muyu and the others might have died from the first attack by the 3 demon kings, the 2 dragons, and the Qiongqi, or in the chaotic battle just now. But to the former human youth, Luo Yao, it was hard to say which was more fortunate, dying as a human or being reborn as a demon, and not being allowed to live in the world he had lived in. Especially when the events were unfolding, Daluo himself didn't have the right to choose, and could only watch as things happened. However, from the looks of it now, although he was suffering from a huge psychological blow and sighed at how fate played tricks on people, Daluo didn't feel any regret or resentment. He could still remember the only voice in his mind before he died. I don't want to die. I want to save people. I want to save Senior Mu, Jin Shi, and the others. From that moment until now, Daluo was incomparably sure that he desired power, power that could at least protect himself and those around him. This even made him feel somewhat grateful to Lin Feng. Although he had paid a huge price, how many things in this world could be reaped without sowing? He looked at Lin Feng and bowed solemnly towards Lin Feng. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. After bowing respectfully, Daluo asked Lin Feng, Senior, my mind is filled with some consciousness fragments, and I can't retrieve them. Please help me clear up my doubts. How did my previous situation happen? Lin Feng swept up the heavenly scarlet golden bead and flew towards the entrance of the Ying Ocean. As he flew, he said, There are many things that you need to find out yourself. Find out the truth of the matter. I will only guide you with some clues. Daluo suddenly came to his senses and said with some embarrassment, Junior was confused. I haven't asked for Senior's title. Lin Feng replied plainly, I am the master of the Celestial Gate. Lin Feng, the one in front of you now is a clone of mine. After taking a look at the Daluo divine soul within the heavenly scarlet golden bead, he continued, This clone was refined from the sorrow iron tree. However, before it became a demon, its constitution changed before it gained sentience, so it cultivated as a human. Daluo came to a realization, so it's the master of the Celestial Gate. Junior was impolite before. For a moment, Daluo felt a little uneasy looking at Lin Feng. If it wasn't for the awakening of his demon soul, which naturally contained a kind of pride that originated from the Yudu race, he would have bowed down to him. After all, to the former East Sea Qi refinement realm itinerant cultivator Luo Yao. Even though Dao Venerable Luo Fu was an existence that was almost like a ruler to the East Sea cultivators and had an outstanding reputation, the master of the Celestial Gate, Lin Feng, was still a giant figure of the human race that surpassed him. Although it wasn't Lin Feng's real body in front of him, the reverence that came from the bottom of his heart was the same. Lin Feng silently said, This heavenly scarlet golden bead is a treasure that I obtained by chance in the past. Now, it seems that it is indeed fated with you, so I'll temporarily give it to you as a host soul. However, if you want to use this treasure to change your corporeal body, it can only last for a short time. You saw it yourself, just now. Every time you change your corporeal body, you need 7 days to recover before you can change it again. The Daluo divine soul finally bowed down in the heavenly scarlet golden bead. Junior is indebted to Senior for giving me a new lease on life. Junior is untalented, but I hope that I can follow Senior to repay your kindness. I hope that Senior can give me this chance." He didn't dare to say that he wanted to be apprenticed to Lin Feng. He had already received a great favor from Lin Feng, and he was gradually understanding what the Yudu race meant. His thoughts turned quickly. If Lin Feng took him as a disciple, it might cause trouble for Lin Feng and cause dissatisfaction in the human cultivation world of the divine land. It was fine if it was other demons, but as a Yudu race, his situation was too special. Therefore, what the Daluo divine soul meant was to put himself in a position similar to that of Dao Jiqiang. As long as he could serve Lin Feng and repay his kindness, he wouldn't expect anything more. Of course, his thoughts were still the thoughts of the human race in the past. He didn't want to be someone's mount. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "After you recovered your demon body, your innate talent and foundation must be outstanding. Your temperament and willpower are also passable. You and I can be considered fated. Even if you become my disciple, it's nothing. I don't allow others to interfere in who I want to take as my disciple." Lin Feng looked at the Daluo divine soul in the heavenly scarlet golden bead. "However, if you want your innate talent to be unleashed and not waste your innate talent, I must first reconstruct your corporeal body that is truly from the Yudu race. Only then can your soul and spirit merge and unleash your potential. If it's a human body, it'll inevitably delay you. Even if you learn the path under me, it'll be twice the effort for half the result." Lin Feng said, "Your Yudu race controls the supreme cultivation technique of the demon race, the complete volume of heavenly Tao demon scriptures. Although you've left your race, there's no need to worry. As you continue to explore the secrets of your birth, your fated chance will naturally come." The Daluo divine soul nodded. Lin Feng said, "Therefore, you're not my disciple. I don't need you to follow me. You have your own path to walk. If you have any questions, I can give you some pointers." "Thank you, Teacher Lin." The Daluo divine soul bowed again. However, the way he addressed Lin Feng was according to the custom of the divine land, half a teacher. There were two kinds of half-teachers in the heaven primordial world. One was the humility of a master. The disciple saw himself as a teacher, but the master didn't consider himself to be the master. There was a difference in their relationship, but they tended to be equal. Usually it was when a cultivator taught another cultivator a little, but the relationship wasn't as deep as that of a master and disciple, so they were half teacher and half friend. The Daluo divine soul was the second case. Lin Feng had given him a new life. Although he didn't take him in as his personal disciple and didn't teach him the path, he had pointed out the path for him in the future. In other words, he would help him reconstruct his corporeal body. Therefore, the Daluo divine soul still respected Lin Feng as his master. However, he didn't dare to consider himself his disciple. When Lin Feng ordered him to do something, he would do his best like Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the rest. However, he wouldn't use the name of Lin Feng's disciple in front of outsiders. His attitude was very humble. Rather than calling him half a teacher, it would be more appropriate to call him half a disciple or a disciple in name. However, the heaven primordial world called both situations as half a teacher. Let's go. Your first step in finding the truth will be in this Yingxi. Lin Feng didn't comment on the way the Daluo divine soul addressed him. At that moment, he had already entered the Yingxi and was flying above the sea surface that was surrounded by clouds. Chapter 743. Lin Feng currently had 8 personal disciples. One more Grand Luo was not considered a lot. Putting aside the fact that Lin Feng himself actually did not have a limit on the number of disciples he could have, even if there was a limit, 9 was the extreme number. He was still lacking a final disciple. As for the negative impact that news of him taking in a grand Luo as a disciple would have on the divine land, as well as the turmoil it would bring to both the human and demon worlds, Lin Feng was not too concerned about it. Everything had its pros and cons, and whether it was more or less depended on how it was handled and how the individual handled it. However, it was true that Lin Feng had no intention of imparting the Grand Luo's demon arts, at least not now. After he reconstructed his demon body, he would not impart it for quite some time. At most, he would guide the Grand Luo in their cultivation, and he could help the Grand Luo when he encountered any difficulties. After all, looking at the Grand Luo, Lin Feng suddenly had a vague idea in his mind, and the Grand Luo was the most suitable candidate to carry it out. That way, it would be even more suitable for him to cultivate demon arts, especially if he had the opportunity to cultivate the Heavenly Tao demonic scripture. Lin Feng had his own Heavenly Tao virtue scripture, and was not too concerned about the Heavenly Tao demonic scripture. However, he had a theory, or rather, an experiment that required the Grand Luo and demon arts to verify and serve as an important reference. This was not to use the Grand Luo as a test subject, as it was the most direct and fastest path for the Grand Luo to uncover the truth of his own birth. Compared to learning from a master, this was what the Grand Luo valued the most, which was why it would benefit both parties. The Grand Luo would not suffer any harm, nor would he face any additional danger. Lin Feng would seek greater opportunities for him, but compared to Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others, the Grand Luo's path was not up to him to choose, but Lin Feng's planning. This did not fit Lin Feng's philosophy of teaching disciples, which was why Lin Feng said that the Grand Luo was not considered his personal disciple. However, such a situation would naturally not last forever. After the Grand Luo unraveled the truth of his birth, Lin Feng would give him another chance to choose, and it would depend on the Grand Luo himself as to where he would go. It seems like it really is a key that can solve many problems. As Lin Feng thought about it, he avoided the various illusions in the Sanctuary Sea and advanced. After the three mountains appeared, Lin Feng could clearly sense that the illusions in the Sanctuary Sea had become stronger and more dangerous. As he was walking, Lin Feng suddenly felt a fluctuation of magic power in the clouds not far ahead. After confirming that it wasn't an illusion, Lin Feng said in his heart, "Are there people fighting?" He broke through the clouds and appeared silently at the side. A man and a demon were fighting. The demon was a golden-winged rock king, while the man was the Yuanian cultivator Xiao Peng, who was suspected to be from the Eastern Heavenly Gate, and was a subordinate of the great Zhou Crown Prince Liang Yuan. This time when the three mountains of Yinghai appeared, the Emperor of Zhou Liangpan and the Marquis of Xuanji Xu Hongwu both went to Yinghai. Crown Prince Liang Yuan stayed behind to guard Tianjing City, but this Xiao Peng also came to Yinghai. The golden-winged rock king revealed his true form as a demon, turning into a huge rock that blotted out the sky. As the golden light flashed around his wings, he surrounded Xiao Peng. Xiao Peng's jade roving realm evasion technique was extremely intricate, but it was a pity that it was incomplete. Other than opponents like Zhu Yi, whose strength could not be measured using the Yuanian realm, the golden-winged rock race that had the extreme speed of the demon race was one of the few opponents that he could not shake off. This made Xiao Peng feel rather helpless. The golden-winged rock king spoke in human language. "Stop struggling pointlessly. Obediently tell me about the Li Green Jade Table. Otherwise, if I capture you, I'll definitely search your soul." Xiao Peng snorted coldly. "I'm pressed for time, so I don't want to be entangled with you. Have I led a feathered beast, like you look down on me?" As he snorted, Xiao Peng put his palms together. Streams of jade-green air currents surged from his body, turning into balls of clear air that floated in the air. It was like an illusory small world, in which starlight could vaguely be seen. Xiao Peng's hand gestures changed again. Suddenly, a door opened in the clear light small world, and a huge suction force came from it. The golden-winged rock king was careless and was almost sucked in directly. It immediately used its supernatural power and flapped its wings, wanting to fly away. However, it was firmly sucked in by the door that opened in the clear light small world. The suction force of the clear light small world and the golden-winged rock king were in a stalemate. Lin Feng was amused watching from the side. When he first met Zhu Yi, Xiao Peng was directly captured without the slightest bit of temper. However, it seemed that this person was not without real skills. At least, the Qing Ming small world incantation that was inherited from the Elysium could be considered to have some real skills in his Yuaning realm cultivation. As for the victory or defeat between them, Lin Feng was not interested. What attracted his attention was the content of the conversation between the two. The Li Green Jade Table was the name of a magic treasure. Speaking of which, to the current Lin Feng, magic treasures were still very attractive things, but it depended on what they were. Ordinary magic treasures were not very attractive. However, the Li Green Jade Table was an exception. Its value did not lie in the magic treasure itself, but in its relationship with the three mountains of Yingxi. Outside of Yingxi, this treasure was just ordinary. The original owner of the Li Green Jade Table was Dao Master Jinluan. He was an essence soul realm expert who was active in the Middle Ages tens of thousands of years ago. He had also established an orthodoxy called the Golden Mountain Sect. When the three mountains of Yingxi appeared, Dao Master Jinluan was one of the cultivators who went deep into Yingxi in hopes of obtaining the immortal mountain. However, it was a pity that he died in Yingxi, and there was no successor for the Golden Mountain Sect. Finally, it was buried in the long river of history. There were many essence soul realm mighty figures like Dao Master Jinluan who were lost in Yingxi and did not return. It was not surprising at all. However, when the three mountains appeared again, there was news that people who saw one of the three mountains, Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, saw Dao Master Jinluan's magic treasure, the Li Green Jade Table, appear on the mountain. There was more than one witness, and after verifying the authenticity of the news, there were also people who saw it later. However, when the three mountains appeared a few times in the past thousands of years, there were people who passed by Yingzhou Immortal Mountain and could not see the Li Green Jade Table anymore. Therefore, some people speculated that the treasure might have indeed existed on Yingzhou Immortal Mountain before. However, because people who wanted to obtain the Immortal Mountain kept competing with Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, they triggered the Immortal Mountain's restriction, causing the Li Green Jade Table to fall from the Immortal Mountain. Although the Li Green Jade Table was no longer on Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, it had stayed on the mountain for more than 10,000 years after all. Perhaps it would be of great help in finding and subduing Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Therefore, all these years, the Li Green Jade Table had been used as an important clue to finding Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, and it was valued by everyone who entered Yingxi Immortal Mountain. Lin Feng came out of the void and pointed with his finger, shattering the clear world formed by Xiao Peng's green, Hell's small world incantation. Xiao Peng turned pale with fright, while the golden-winged rock king felt his body relax. However, he did not take the opportunity to attack Xiao Peng. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng warily and said, "Your Excellency." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng flicked his finger, and a purple gas blew him away like a hurricane. The golden-winged rock king's expression changed, and he was shocked and furious at the same time. However, he did not dare to say anything. Realizing that he was no match for Lin Feng, he could only swallow his pride. He turned around, flapped his wings, and flew away, not daring to stay for a moment longer. Xiao Peng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lin Feng turn around. He sighed and bowed. Junior Xiaopeng greets the master of Mystic Gate. It seemed that he had seen the image of Lin Feng's doppelganger. Lin Feng did not care about this, and said calmly, "Tell me." Needless to say, Xiaopeng naturally understood what Lin Feng meant. He swallowed his saliva, although it was just a doppelganger of Lin Feng's Yuanying stage cultivation base in front of him. Judging from his performance when he sent the golden-winged rock king flying with a flick of his finger, there was no room for him to escape or struggle. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, his life and death would not be up to him. Xiaopeng did not dare to hide anything, and answered honestly, "Green Li Yuji." Just as he said this, Xiaopeng's eyes suddenly flashed with green light, and his whole body shook violently. Xiaopeng's eyes revealed a horrified expression, and he could only struggle to spit out 2 words. "Little sister." In the next moment, his nascent soul was already burning with raging flames. Lin Feng looked at this scene calmly and shook his head. He raised his right hand in the air, like a knife, and gently slashed down. The heavenly boundary spell was activated. Xiaopeng's Yuanying stage, and the fire on his soul instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Even though Xiaopeng was already at the Yuanying stage, his back was covered in cold sweat at this moment, as if he had just experienced a nightmare. In the depths of his soul, a mark gradually dissipated, and a cold snort faintly came from it. The sound seemed to gradually go far away, and finally returned to calmness. Lin Feng looked at Xiaopeng as if nothing had happened, and was as calm as usual. "Tell me." Xiaopeng's mouth was full of bitterness, as if he had eaten a yellow lotus. He was dispirited and answered in a muffled voice, "There are many illusions in Yingxi. Although the space is not as chaotic as the void battlefield, it is also unpredictable. I don't know the specific location of the green Li Yuji. I only received news that the treasure is rumored to be on a small island in the northeast of Yingxi. That small island and the other 2 islands form a tripod. Not far away from the 3 islands, there are 3 other small islands that also form a tripod. This is the only characteristic to distinguish the landform. However, Yingxi is vast, and the islands on the sea are densely packed. There are also illusions, so there might not be only one island with such landform. I really don't know how to distinguish it and where it is exactly. Although it was the northeast of Yingxi, it was also a vast area that was almost immeasurable. It was surrounded by clouds and surrounded by illusions, and there were many obstacles when the spiritual senses of a level 3 essence soul realm cultivator scanned and searched. So this clue is still very vague, but Lin Feng only slightly nodded his head, and then left by tearing through the air. Xiaopeng was stunned on the spot. Only then did he realize that he was already free, but he did not feel relaxed at all. What should he do next really gave Xiaopeng a headache. Lin Feng tore through the sky and flew forward. He had just observed Xiaopeng's state of mind and confirmed that he was not faking it. Although Xiaopeng had only heard rumors, it was still a favorable clue. Compared to the Yingzhou immortal mountain that could move freely in Yingxi, even if the verdant jade table could run, it would at least be restricted by Yingxi. Moreover, there was a rough direction for him to find, so it was much easier to find it. Moreover, it was not easy to find the 3 mountains of Yingxi. If he wanted to control the immortal mountain, he would have to go through a fight to see who was more brilliant. The verdant jade table was also something that he could make use of. After a long period of flying and searching, he also encountered a few groups of cultivators or demons who were also rushing towards the verdant jade table after hearing the news. Thus, Lin Feng knew that he was gradually approaching his destination. Finally, 3 small islands in a triangular shape appeared in Lin Feng's vision. Through the clouds, Lin Feng could immediately sense that an intense battle was unfolding not far away. Chapter 744. Second Senior Brother. How much further? Amidst the clouds above the Ing Ocean, a tall, skinny, and tanned young man asked. He was Lin Feng's sixth disciple, Li Yuanfang. He was currently sitting cross-legged on the back of Jieyu, who was in his true form, while Zhu Yi and White Light, who was in his human form, were beside him. Zhu Yi's eyes were slightly closed, and his gaze was like the abyss of the deep sea. Amidst the calmness and indifference, there were tempestuous waves that were constantly flickering. In the void above his head, a humongous tortoise-light projection floated. Its length was even longer than Jieyu, who was in his true form. The tortoise's eyes were also as calm as the vast and boundless ocean. Tens of millions or even billions of light-pattern talismans on the tortoise shell on its back were constantly being destroyed and reborn like bubbles in the sea. These talismans kept combining without stopping for even a moment. From afar, it seemed to be a huge 8 trigrams pattern. The Ing Ocean is filled with illusions that constantly cause interference. Fortunately, the information we've obtained previously has already pointed us in the general direction, so we can still find it. Zhu Yi's gaze was still as deep as the ocean. If one looked closely, they would discover that there were also 8 trigrams patterns constantly spinning in his eyes. However, Zhu Yi's tone was more relaxed. It's not far. Following the direction we're heading in, it's about 500 kilometers away. As he said that, Zhu Yi's expression changed slightly. Oh, someone's already there. Looks like we're not the only ones who have received the news. Many people are interested in this greenly jade, Li Yuanfang said calmly. Judging from the current situation, the greenly jade is a treasure that has the closest relationship with the Ying Zhou Immortal Mountain. It's also the most valuable clue to find the Ying Zhou Immortal Mountain. The group of people flew quickly and broke through the clouds. Suddenly, 3 small islands appeared in their line of sight. Zhu Yi took a glance and immediately saw a faint golden radiance shining on one of the islands. The source of the golden light was a short table made of green jade. As the green light flickered, a massive number of faint golden runes emerged, emitting a dazzling golden light that soared into the sky. However, the golden light was suddenly cut off when it reached about 100 meters above the island, as if there was an invisible barrier around the island. After being blocked by the transparent barrier, the golden light began to distort slightly. It looked very unreal, like a dream, Zhu Yi Li Yuanfang. And the rest all came to a sudden realization. So, there is a powerful illusion on this island. This Qing Liu is trapped by the illusion. At this moment, there were a total of 5 parties confronting each other in the sky above the island. One of them was an old acquaintance. They were cultivators from the Great Qin dynasty, led by the primordial soul realm expert, Dao Master Changlu. The princess of the Great Qin dynasty, Shi Xingyun, was also among them. Of the remaining 4 groups, 2 were demons from Tianhuang mainland, and the other 2 were human forces. Of the 2 demon groups, one was from the golden-winged Great Peng race. However, the demon Great Sage leading them was not a golden-winged Great Peng, but a bird-type demon whose entire body was surrounded by black fog. It was the sun-swallowing condor that had submitted to the golden rock Great Sage. The rolling black fog seemed to be able to devour immeasurable light. Even the golden-winged Great Pengs beside him, who obeyed his orders, retreated to maintain a distance from him. The other demon group was from the dragon race. The Dragon King leading them was a brontosaurus that had attained the indestructible demon soul realm. The dragon race had different innate divine powers. Be it Jieyu of the smelting black dragon race by Guang of the white jade dragon race, or the falling waves dragon king of the sea dragon race, they were all the same. As for the red thunder dragon king of the brontosaurus race, His race's innate divine power was the ability to control the 8 Desolation thunder unique to the Brontosaurus race. In the history of the Brontosaurus race, there had once been a powerful expert who had evolved the power of the 8 Desolation thunder to an extremely powerful level. Its power was almost comparable to the Thunder Emperor's great Tao of 9 heavens thunder and the Grand Emperor's chaotic, immortal-slaying thunder. Although this red thunder dragon king could not be compared to the ancestor of his race, his strength, which had attained the indestructible demon Soul Realm, was not to be underestimated. The other 2 groups of human cultivators who were eyeing Qing Liu and the others covetously were dressed in the same uniform. Their white robes were embroidered with blue waves, and they had long swords hanging from their waists. His magical power aura was as sharp as a sword and as vast as the ocean. 2 kinds of power concepts that did not match well were perfectly reflected in their bodies at this moment. Without needing to see who the cultivator leading the team was, Zhu Yi and the others could recognize that these people were cultivators of the Sanhai sword sect from their mana aura, and the middle-aged man standing at the front of the team, facing off against Dao Master Chang, Red Thunder Dragon King, and devouring Sun Great Saint was Venerable Tidehark, one of the 4 primordial spirit great sword cultivators of the Sanhai sword sect. Compared to the Sanhai sword sect cultivators, led by Venerable Tidehark, the other group of human cultivators seemed very unfamiliar. Everyone wore azure robes, but their dressing was relatively more casual. However, the aura of their magic power was also vast and ethereal. It was not inferior to the Sanhai sword sect cultivators at the side. In fact, it was even faintly superior. Facing them was like facing the vast sky. Zhu Yi's gaze fell on the leader, and his eyes slightly moved, appearing more and more serene. He was really too familiar with this person. Many years ago, when he was still living in the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, every morning he would wake up and greet her outside the courtyard. According to the ethics that Zhu Hangu believed in, this person was his first mother, and his real mother, Meng Bingyun, according to the rules of the house of the Marquis of Xuanji, he could only call her aunt in public. Zhu Yi's expression was calm, silently looking at the woman who only looked to be around 20 years old, faintly saying, "Madam Xiao, long time no see," compared to the official wife of the Marquis of Xuanji. In Zhu Yi's memories, the madam of the house of the Marquis, who had the title of imperial court, even though the woman in front of him had the same appearance, she seemed a bit younger. Even though the Madame Xiao in the house of the Marquis of Xuanji used treasures and pills to prolong her life and maintain her youth, in the end, she still had a mortal body. Even if she took good care of herself, she still looked over 30. Naturally, the power of time would uncontrollably leave traces on her body, and the Madame Xiao in front of him, at a glance, it was somewhat hard to tell her age. At a rough glance, she seemed to be in her early 20s, but at a closer look, she seemed to be a teenage girl. The aura of the 2 were also completely different. The Madame Xiao of the house of the Marquis was graceful and noble, having the bearing of a matriarch, but she was like a vine wrapped around a large tree. Her strength and aura originated from her being the Zhou dynasty's grand tutor. The official wife of the Marquis of Xuanji Zhu Hangu originated from her husband, originated from her position, originated from the laws of the imperial court. But the Madame Xiao in front of him displayed a powerful aura that originated from her own body, originating from the power of her own cultivation. She only stood there calmly, completely unlike the Madame Xiao in the house of the Marquis, who maintained her demeanor, appearing to be very casual. But no matter if it was the Taoist Master Chang, Lu, the Crimson Thunder Dragon King, the Tide-Hearing Sword Venerable, or the Devouring Sun Great Saint, they all had to maintain respect towards her. Just by standing there casually, she seemed to faintly become one with the world displaying a mysterious concept of being one with the world. Her mana undulations were as vast as the sky. Apart from having the same facial features as Madame Xiao, there was nothing else that was similar to her. Impressively, she was also a primordial spirit expert. Zhu Yi could even keenly feel that amongst the 5 primordial spirit experts present, even though they were all at the first level of the primordial spirit or the first level of the undying demon soul realm, the strength of the woman in front of him was the strongest. He recalled that his master, Lin Feng, had mentioned the way of the heavens and beings and understood. The way of the heavens and beings has a certain probability of helping a primordial soul adept to break through their current realm. If she completely masters the way of the heavens and beings, I'm afraid there's a high chance that she'll directly reach the realm of void return. While everyone was paying attention to each other, they also looked at Zhu Yi, Li Yuanfang, and the others. That woman also stared at Zhu Yi, sizing him up. Meng Bingyan herself isn't good, but she has a good son who surpasses my Xiao Qingqing's children. As soon as she said this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of a beautiful girl behind her. However, she lowered her head and did not look up at Zhu Yi. "Oh, Xiao Qingqing?" Zhu Yi nodded. "So this is your real name, Mrs. Xiao. But for me, it makes no difference. The person who caused my mother to vomit up blood and die that day was you. Your clone and your true self are the same." Although Meng Bingyun was deeply in love with Hangwu, even to the extent that her Tao heart was shattered, she still tried to confuse Hangwu in the end. Xiao Qingcheng said indifferently, "Our paths are different, and in the end, we can't work together. Such an ending is also inevitable. Even if I didn't make a move, Hangwu would have made a move himself." Her tone was calm, but there was a strong confidence that came from holding the pearl of wisdom. It was completely different from Mrs. Xiao in the Marquis's manner, who was graceful and cultivated in the secular world. On the contrary, it was somewhat similar to Zhu Hangwu. Zhu Yi's expression was also calm, and not a trace of anger could be seen. However, it caused everyone present to feel a faint chill in their hearts. Those who follow will prosper. Those who oppose will perish. Those who don't walk the same path will be killed. You are indeed the same kind of person as that father of mine. His gaze fell on the girl behind Xiao Qingcheng, who had her head lowered. Silently he said, "Although Zhu Yong and Zhu Lu are the direct successors of Marquis Xuanji's title according to the law, this is the true successor of the path that you and my father have nurtured, right? She's of the same bloodline as you guys. There's no need to lower your head. The killing intent and enmity in your heart towards me is already so strong that it's about to materialize and break through the clouds." Zhu Yi placed his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. "If you want to kill your own flesh and blood, then make a move. It's just that you won't have the chance to regret." The girl who had her head lowered, all along raised up, coldly staring at Zhu Yi. She took her mother's surname. Her name was Xiao Huayang. She was the child born from the union of Zhu Hangwu and Xiao Qingcheng. Since young, she followed Xiao Qingcheng in cultivating the Tao. Zhu Hangwu also often gave her pointers. No matter if it was her own talent, potential, or current strength, she far surpassed Zhu Hongwu's disciples, Zhu Yong, Zhu Lu, and the others in the house of the Marquis of Xuanji. Right now, she is already an early-stage Yuanian cultivator. Her magical powers and combat ability far surpasses most of her peers. However, Zhu Yi's notoriety is known to the outside. Back then, when he went to Tianjin City to take the exam, he killed a late-stage Yuanian ancestor at the late stage of the Golden Elixir. This kind of combat ability is really heaven-defying. That's why even though Xiao Huayang was called out by Zhu Yi, she did not immediately reply. However, the enmity and killing intent in her gaze did not diminish in the slightest and was not concealed in the slightest. Xiao Qingcheng lightly raised her hand, blocking her daughter. Right now you are not his opponent. Back then when I stopped you from leaving the East Sea, it was my mistake. But now you can no longer make a move and can only be dealt with by your mother. Xiao Huayang used magical power to reply in a muffled voice. Mother, back then I already said that this child should not have been kept. He should have been dealt with long ago. I wouldn't have had to endure this anger today. Chapter 745. Faced with Xiao Huayang's dissatisfaction, Xiao Qingcheng said calmly, Zhu Yi was accepted as a disciple by the sect master of Meng Xian. Today, he has indeed made some achievements. However, you have been cultivating longer than him. Now that your cultivation level has fallen behind him, you need to reflect on yourself. Xianmen Tianzong's Taoist techniques are unique, but you, Huayang, have been wholeheartedly trained by me and your father. How are the Taoist techniques and supernatural powers that you have cultivated inferior? Xiao Qingcheng said silently. Although you have been through a lot of hardships over the years, your life is still too smooth. It is normal for you to feel indignant and depressed today. However, you must not let these emotions corrode your will. Instead, you must know your shame and be brave. In the future, you will return this humiliation to the other party 1,000 times over. Only complaining and cursing is the behavior of a coward. Xiao Huayang took a deep breath. Her expression was gloomy, but she had calmed down. She said hatefully, I understand. Let's see who can attain the primordial divinity realm first. I will endure today's humiliation, but in the future, I will return it 1,000 times over. Xiao Qingcheng smiled. That's right. Meng Bingyan can't beat me, and the bastard she gave birth to can't beat my daughter either. She looked at Zhu Yi calmly. Xian Yi, is this the Taoist name you signed on the invitation to Liang Yuan? Although Hongwu has always said that he will personally lecture you, if you are also here for the Li Qing Jade table, then let me see what you have up your sleeves. As a primordial divinity realm adept, even if she wanted to kill Zhu Yi now, she had to be wary of Lin Feng, who was behind Zhu Yi. Although Lin Feng did not care much about the battle between Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the others, and the first-tier primordial soul realm cultivators, this was only Lin Feng's opinion. To outsiders, Xiao Yan and the others were still Yuanying realm cultivators. In the opinion of ordinary people, regardless of the outcome, it was normal for Xiao Huayang to challenge Zhu Yi. Even if Zhu Yi lost, it was because of his lack of skill. However, if Xiao Qingcheng took the initiative to make things difficult for Zhu Yi, he would be suspected of bullying the weak. The latter would easily provoke the protective Lin Feng. However, if it was Zhu Yi who took the initiative to make an enemy of Xiao Qingcheng, then it would be a different matter. Primordial soul powerhouses all had their own dignity and self-confidence. It was impossible for a primordial soul master to endure being bullied by a Yuanying stage cultivator just because he had a good master and a great sect behind him. Instead, it was completely impossible for a primordial soul master to retreat. I will not take the initiative to attack you, but if you dare to act wildly in front of me, I will kill you directly. Even if you provoke your master, I will run if I cannot defeat you. If I cannot, I will compensate you. If I cannot, I will fight to the death. Even if they died, most primordial soul realm cultivators could not tolerate the humiliation of a Yuanying cultivator. If they endured this humiliation, it would not be a matter of their Tao heart being clouded, but a matter of their Tao heart being shattered. Of course, if they already knew that this Yuanying cultivator was ridiculously strong after a real fight, and that although he was a Yuanying cultivator, he had enough power to compete with him, then the primordial soul realm cultivator would naturally readjust his psychological position and way of dealing with things, and would no longer look at people with the old standards. Therefore, whether it was primordial Guishui and the fallen Dragon King in the past, or Xiao Qingcheng, tide-listening sword venerable, sun-devouring great saint, and others at the moment before they understood the details of Xiao Yan and Zhu Yi, they all had the same attitude towards them. Even if Xiao Qingcheng disliked Zhu Yi, she would not take the initiative to attack him. If that day came, it would mean that the great Zhou dynasty, Eastern Heavenly Gate, and Xianmen Tianzong had completely fallen out, and an all-out war would break out. At that time, Xiao Qingcheng naturally would not have any scruples. But now, they were fighting for the Qingli Jade Tables. If Zhu Yi also wanted the Qingli Jade Tables, then he would be in Xiao Qingcheng's way. Everyone would have to rely on their own abilities, and there would be no problem of the strong bullying the weak or the primordial soul bullying the Yuanying. Zhu Yi stood calmly on Jiefeng's back, his purple robe fluttering in the void. He said indifferently, "Xiao Qingcheng, you want to see my methods? That's great. I also want to fight with you to see who is stronger and who is weaker." Back in the days, Heavenly Gate could be considered to have left an illustrious name in history. I am actually very happy that Heavenly Gate's Tao techniques and supernatural powers have reappeared in the world. The competition of hundreds of schools is the golden age of Tao techniques. I just don't know, how much of Heavenly Gate's orthodox heritage has your Eastern Heavenly Gate obtained? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Although they had heard of Zhu Yi, Shi Tianhao, and the others' fierce names, they were still shocked that Zhu Yi dared to challenge Xiao Qingcheng, a primordial soul expert, with his mid-stage Yuanying cultivation. Among everyone present, Tao Master Chong Lu and the cultivators of the great Qin dynasty had the deepest understanding of Zhu Yi and the others' strength. Although they were still unsure of the outcome of the battle between the mid-stage Yuanying Zhu Yi and Xiao Qingcheng, at least they were still mentally stable. Shi Xingyan looked at Zhu Yi and smiled as he shook his head. This is indeed his style. On the other hand, Devouring Sun Great Sage and Crimson Thunder Dragon King were slightly surprised that Eastern Heavenly Gate had reappeared part of the Heavenly Gate's orthodoxy. Although they knew that Xiao Qingcheng and the others had extraordinary strength, they did not know the other party's strength until they actually fought. Now that they knew, the two great demons could not help but have some doubts. Although it had been destroyed for many years, the Heavenly Gate was still very famous in Tianhuang mainland. Although many cultivators of the Great Qin dynasty and the Shanghai sword sect were also shocked, Tao Master Chong Lu and Sword Venerable Tidehark's expressions did not change at all. It was obvious that they already knew about it. The higher-ups of the Great Qin dynasty naturally knew about the existence of Eastern Heavenly Gate. It was an important force under the Great Zhou dynasty, so it was impossible for the Great Qin dynasty not to pay attention to it. It was just that they were not sure about the specific details. As a large sect that was attached to the Great Zhou dynasty like Eastern Heavenly Gate, it was impossible for the Shanghai sword sect to not know about it. However, Eastern Heavenly Gate had always been low-key, so Sword Venerable Tidehark and the others were not sure about it. The Eastern Heavenly Gate cultivators behind Xiao Qingcheng, including Xiao Huayang, looked at Zhu Yi coldly. The appearance of the three mountains in Yinghai this time concerned the fate of the Great Zhou dynasty, and it was also a great opportunity for Eastern Heavenly Gate. Both the Great Zhou dynasty and Eastern Heavenly Gate had decided to take this opportunity to attack with all their might. Eastern Heavenly Gate was naturally prepared to surface, so they did not care when Zhu Yi pointed out their background. Instead, all of them sneered. In their eyes, Zhu Yi, who took the initiative to challenge Xiao Qingcheng, was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was overestimating himself. Very well, but remember, you won't have the chance to regret it. Xiao Qingcheng's expression did not change. She merely lifted her eyelids and looked at Zhu Yi with immense pressure, causing Jieyu, White Light, and Li Yuanfang's expressions to turn solemn. After saying that, Xiao Qingcheng did not attack immediately. Instead, she looked at the Li Qingyu jade table on the small island below. Similarly, Zhu Yi did not attack immediately. Although he had replied to Xiao Qingcheng, he did not forget why he came to Yinghai. The Li Qingyu jade table was related to Yingzhou Immortal Mountain and the interests of his sect in Yinghai. Zhu Yi clearly distinguished between private affairs and official affairs. At the same time, he would not delay either of them. If the two of them attacked immediately, it would only benefit the other four groups. Both Zhu Yi and Xiao Qingcheng were very clear about this. Even if they wanted to attack, they would wait until the illusion on the island was broken and the Li Qingyu jade table was obtained. Everyone was here for the Li Qingyu jade table, so it was inevitable to fight. Seeing that Zhu Yi and Xiao Qingcheng did not attack immediately, the other four Essence Soul Realm experts were not surprised. After all, no one was stupid, Dao Master Changle said. Let's break the illusion on the island first, then we'll rely on our own abilities. Even if there was a conflict because of the division of loot, they had to get the items first. It would not be good for anyone if the time dragged on like this. After all, there would be people who received the news and rushed over at any time. The more people came, the lower the probability of getting the Li Qingyu jade table. Sword Venerable Tide Listening nodded. Without saying anything else, he pointed his finger at the small island below. The waves outside the island immediately rolled and turned into water swords, attacking the illusion on the small island. Although they were far away and there were many water swords, no one dared to underestimate the swordsmanship of an Essence Soul Great Swordsman. Those seemingly thin water swords were actually fused with the power of space. They were condensed from a large amount of seawater and were even tougher than most of the rare metals in the world. Under the guidance of Sword Venerable Listen's magic power, they were all indestructible. An ordinary Yuanying stage cultivator would not even be able to withstand one water sword and would be killed in an instant. However, when the water swords stabbed into the illusion, they directly passed through the illusion and cut the island. It was as if the island was completely illusory, and the water swords could not hurt it at all. Venerable Tidehark's expression was calm, but his sword momentum changed. The refined steel became soft, and the water swords became soft like ribbons, wrapping around the illusory realm. In an instant, a huge water ball with a diameter of dozens of miles appeared around the island. In the water ball, Sword Venerable Listen's Dharma power began to erode the illusion, making a sizzling sound. Although the illusion that trapped the Li Qingyu jade table was very strong for the experts of the Essence Soul Realm, as long as they did not enter it by mistake and discovered it in advance, they would not be confused by the illusion and could destroy it from the outside. Since the decision had been made, the experts were all decisive people. They all took action and destroyed the illusion together with Sword Venerable Listen. A ball of green light appeared in Dao Master Changle's hand. The green light floated onto the water ball and quickly turned into a sapling, taking root on the water ball. The lush roots began to penetrate deeper into the illusion, absorbing the spiritual power that made up the illusion as its own nourishment. As it grew stronger, the illusion gradually withered. As the sun-devouring eagle let out a long cry, the black gas on its body fell onto the periphery of the illusion and gradually dyed it black. The thunder of 8 desolation activated by the Red Thunder Dragon King also fell on the illusion, causing it to shake. Zhu Yi raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Qingcheng. Xiao Qingcheng's expression was indifferent. She raised her right hand, and 7 dazzling scarlet flames gathered in the air above her palm. They gathered at one point and began to rotate continuously, instantly forming a huge spinning wheel of fire. Chapter 746. The scarlet-red wheel of fire spun rapidly in Xiao Qingcheng's palm, then smashed towards the small island below, as if the sun had fallen to the ground. Zhu Yi watched the scene calmly. Beside him, Li Yuanfang asked softly, "Second senior brother, is this the Heavenly Gate's seven-blaze true technique fire wheel?" "That's right. Right now, Xiao Qingqing is only using her own magic power and divine art. She hasn't used the power of the fire star yet. Otherwise, it would be even more powerful," Zhu Yi answered. "Although the Heavenly Gate's heavenly fire and seven-blaze true fire aren't among the seven great true fires in the world, they're still very extraordinary. They're not inferior to the Buddhist Great Thunderclap Temple's Great Sunglass Fire. They can be said to be one of the top types of fire below the seven great true fires. The seven-blaze true fire isn't much. Without using the power of the fire star, its power will always be limited. However, the heavenly fire can't be underestimated. Although it's not as stable and unshakable as the Great Sunglass Fire, its destructive power is even stronger. Ever since they found out about the Eastern Heavenly Gate, Zhu Yi and the other senior and junior brothers had crammed some information about the Heavenly Gate from Lin Feng. Therefore, both Zhu Yi and Li Yuanfang recognized the divine art that Xiao Qingcheng had used. It was a secret technique of the Heavenly Gate, the seven-blaze true technique fire wheel. Before Xianmen Tianzong, the Heavenly Gate was the Holy Land sect that had risen the fastest in the history of the human cultivation world. In just a few thousand years, they had reached their peak and looked down on the divine continent. Unfortunately, the speed at which they rose was also very fast. After the dethroning of the ruthless emperor and the war between the two worlds, they were finally destroyed and became the most dazzling shooting star in the history of the divine land. The reason why the Tianmen could rise so quickly and powerfully, other than having many experts and many fated chances, was also related to the style of the sect. They were determined to forge ahead and accept everything in the great heaven primordial world, no matter if it was the forces of the human clan or the demon clan. Powerful paths, techniques, and divine powers would attract their interest. They would broaden their minds and be inspired to create powerful divine powers, one after another. With the 9 Glory Sky Collapsing Formation, one of the top formations of the demon clan, and the 9 Heavens of Taishu Temples, 9 Heavens of Taishu Temples, 9 Heavens of Taishu Temple, as the leaders, this type of powerful Dharma access that drew the power of the stars attracted the attention of the Divine Gate. After that, the strong cultivators of the heavenly gates continued to analyze and comprehend, using their own great path of the heavens as the foundation. They created a set of great 9 planets true technique of the heavens, which also activated the power of the 9 planets of the heavens. Furthermore, it was not a formation, but a magical technique. When the 7 blazing true method fire wheel was cultivated to the limit, it would be able to draw upon the energy of the dazzling fire star and shake the heavens and the earth. However, using a human to cast a magical technique was much more difficult than using a formation to draw upon the power of the stars. The Divine Gate's great 9 planets true technique of the heavens was not fully completed even after the Divine Gate was completely destroyed. The 2 great dark light stratagem and the Rahu were still unable to be activated. Therefore, strictly speaking, this magical technique should actually be called the Great 7 Planets True Technique of the Heavens. However, according to the concept of the strong cultivators of the heavenly gates in the past, if the last 2 magical techniques were also completed, then the 9 planets' magical techniques would be cast at the same time. With the power of an individual's magical technique, it would be able to display a majestic power that was almost comparable to the 9 Glory Sky Collapsing Formation. The power of the 9 Glory Sky Collapsing Formation was affected by the formation treasure, and the great 9 planets true technique of the heavens was also related to the level of the caster's cultivation. However, If it was cast by the top strong cultivators of the heavenly gates, it would not be much inferior to the perfect 9 glory sky collapsing formation. I wonder how many 7 planets true techniques this eastern heavenly gate has inherited. Zhu Yi watched calmly as Xiao Qingqing's 7 planets true technique fire wheel landed on the surface of the illusory realm above the island. However, it was not brute force or explosive force. Instead, it was the constant rotation and friction of the fire wheel to wear down the power of the illusory realm. Zhu Yi did not stay idle either. He made a hand seal, and the giant tortoise shadow above his head also landed on the island. None of the 6 of them would use their trump cards, as that would only benefit the others. However, none of them could think about not making a move. They could sit on the fishing platform and hope to use the others as cannon fodder. Otherwise, they could not blame the others for joining forces and chasing them out after the illusory realm was opened. Everyone had this kind of tacit understanding, and Zhu Yi was no exception. The giant tortoise shadow kept growing in size as it landed. In the end, it was almost as big as the island. It directly lay on the surface of the illusory realm and stopped moving. However, Xiao Qingqing soared Venerable Watching Tide, Red Thunder Dragon King, and the others raised their eyebrows slightly. This was because they could clearly feel that the illusory realm of the island was gradually becoming quiet after being pressed by the giant tortoise, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. The activity of the illusory realm's power was declining, and the internal spiritual qi kept slowing down until it gradually became still. The countless talismans on the back of the giant tortoise, which formed the pattern of the 8 trigrams, also began to flash. The mysterious power surged, constantly deducing the changes of the illusory realm, and also pointing out the illusory realm's strength and weakness. At this moment, the illusory realm on the island was no longer a secret to everyone. Once the illusory realm was broken and the illusory changes were exposed, not to mention these primordial soul stage powerhouses, even the Yuanying stage, golden elixir period, and even the foundation establishment stage cultivators would not be afraid. This time, even Dao Master Changle looked at Zhu Yi in surprise. No wonder he dared to challenge Xiao Qingqing, who is in the primordial soul stage, as a middle Yuanying stage cultivator. Such magical power is indeed impressive. The eyes of Venerable Tide Hark, Red Thunder Dragon King, and Devouring Sun Sage also flickered slightly. Although Zhu Yi was the last to make a move, it was this middle Yuanying stage junior who played the most important role in breaking the illusory realm on the island. However, as soon as the illusory realm was broken, the green jade set on the island naturally escaped. It directly turned into a green shadow and broke through the void to escape. Devouring Sun Sage was the first to let out a long roar. As the black fog rolled and covered the sky, he had already revealed his true form of the devouring sun condor and surrounded the green shadow. The green shadow rushed left and right, but could not break through the black fog to escape. The magic treasure that had not reached the Mahayana stage could not exert its full strength without someone controlling it. At this moment, facing Devouring Sun Sage, it had no power to fight back. However, it was impossible for the others to sit and watch as the Devouring Sun Sage took away the greenly jade tables. Tide-listening Venerable's eyes were surging with light, as if there was a blue ocean. There were even faint sounds of tides coming from his pupils. In the next moment, an azure sword light shot out of Venerable Tidehark's right pupil. It swept up a huge wave and slashed at the black fog around Devouring Sun Sage. Devouring Sun Sage was furious and took a tough stance. The black fog suppressed the green jade set while sweeping up the azure sword light. Venerable Tidehark made a sword gesture with his finger, and the azure sword light had already turned into a flying sword that radiated sword chi. Its whole body flashed with blue light and the sound of the sword and the sound of the tide merged into one. It made a light turn in the black fog, but with a boundless ocean-like force. It broke through devouring sun sage's black fog. At the same time, the boundless ing sea around the island also surged and resonated with venerable Tidehark's sword momentum. Countless sharp water swords that broke through space soared into the sky and attacked devouring sun sage together with venerable Tidehark's magic treasure, the rising tide sword. Devouring sun sage's expression changed slightly. As annoying as the Sea Dragon clan, on the vast sea, the Sea Dragon clan and the vast sea sword cultivators undoubtedly had a huge geographical advantage. The vast water spiritual chi was boundless, and such a geographical advantage was so huge that it could affect the direction of the battle. Devouring Sun Sage had no choice but to give up the green jade set and deal with it with all his strength. Only then did he receive Venerable Tidehark's attack. But before Venerable Tidehark could take the green jade set, a flash of lightning had already swept up the green jade set. It was the Crimson Thunder Dragon King. The Brontosaurus King laughed loudly. "You can stop devouring Sun Eagle, but you can't stop me." The purplish-green lightning spread out, not caring about the encirclement of Venerable Tidehark's water swords. The water swords were shattered by the Crimson Thunder Dragon King's 8 Desolation Thunder. The Crimson Thunder Dragon King also swept up the green jade set and was about to escape. "Crimson Thunder Dragon King, please stay." Dao Master Changle smiled, slightly. Although he was not on good terms with Xiao Qingcheng and Venerable Tidehark, they were all humans. The Ing Sea Passage was also located in the human world of the Divine Land. If the Monster Clan obtained Ing Zhou Fairy Mountain, it would not look good on everyone. Green vines appeared in the air, blocking the Crimson Thunder Dragon King's path. The Crimson Thunder Dragon King controlled the 8 Desolation Thunder and smashed the vines. But the green vines seemed endless. Some of the vines were smashed, but others did not directly bear the lightning attack. Instead, they seemed to be nourished and grew more and more luxuriant. Being blocked by Dao Master Changle, the Crimson Thunder Dragon King could not leave. Xiao Qingqing's 7 blazing true technique fire wheel above his head had already smashed down on him with the momentum of collapsing the sky. The Crimson Thunder Dragon King let out a cold snort. Lightning flashed all over his body, and with a shocking dragon roar, he had already revealed his true form. He turned into a purple-scaled sky dragon with a body length of nearly 1,000 feet. The scales on his body opened and closed, and the power of lightning became more and more vigorous. He forcibly resisted Xiao Qingqing's 7 blazing true technique fire wheel and continued to destroy the tens of thousands of green trees created by Dao Master Changle's spell. Xiao Qingqing said lightly, "The experts of the Dragon Clan are indeed extraordinary." She made a hand seal with her right hand, and the sky above suddenly began to ripple like water. The sky seemed to be torn open by an illusory crack of light and shadow. Within the crack, stars twinkled and twinkled. One of the fiery red stars became brighter and brighter, and its volume also seemed to grow. Everyone felt as if it was falling down, and it was getting closer and closer to everyone. One of the 9 luminaries of the heavens, Fire Star. The star power of the Fire Star was projected onto Xiao Qingqing's 7 blazing true technique fire wheel. Immediately, the power of her spell became stronger and stronger, and it continuously smashed the 8 Desolation Thunder Dragon King's body. Thunder and fire clashed, causing a series of explosions. The sky above the island was completely covered in thunder and fire. Although the Crimson Thunder Dragon King was fierce, he still felt quite pressured when facing the combined attacks of Dao Venerable Changle and Xiao Qingcheng, especially when he had to divide his mind to suppress the verdant jade tables. Left with no choice, the Crimson Thunder Dragon King could only give up on the verdant jade tables and focus on the attacks in front of him. The verdant jade tables changed hands again. This time, it was Sword Venerable Tide Hark who turned into a blue sword light and rushed over. Xiao Qingqing's eyes flashed. She activated the 7 blazing true technique fire wheel with her right hand and formed another hand seal with her left hand. The power of extreme coldness that seemed to come from the 9 hells spread out, and it immediately resisted Sword Venerable Tide Hark's vast ocean, Sword Tao, Greater Heaven's 7 luminaries true technique, Water Celestial Star Divine Ability, Celestial Star Mysterious Cold Ice Fiend. Using this technique, Xiao Qingqing was not afraid of Sword Venerable Tide Hark, who had the advantage of the sea. For a moment, the few primordial soul realm experts were in a mess. At this moment, Zhu Yi controlled a giant spirit turtle and descended, covering the verdant jade tables. Xiao Qingqing's eyes flashed coldly. "Junior, you really dare to come?" Zhu Yi said unhurriedly. "Xiao Qingqing, let me see how orthodox your Eastern Heavenly Gate is. The Jade Roving Heavens Realm Escape technique is incomplete, but I wonder if your other spells are complete." Chapter 747. Zhu Yi looked at Xiao Qingqing calmly. His eyes were clear as he exhaled a breath of white air. The white air condensed and turned into a scale-shaped cloud that floated above Zhu Yi's head. It covered an area of 3 to 4 acres. Above the scale-shaped cloud, a black qilin the size of a mountain appeared. It was much larger than when it captured Xiao Peng, and its majestic aura was stronger. The qilin and the tortoise appeared beside Zhu Yi. At the same time, a black stone tablet appeared in the void in front of Zhu Yi. It was like endless darkness that swallowed the Li Qingyu tea set. It was the Eternal Night Devil Tablet, a transformation-grade artifact. The Eternal Night Devil Tablet suppressed the Li Qingyu tea set as soon as it appeared. Zhu Yi looked calm, as if he was not afraid that he would become the target of the others. The hearts of Xiao Qingqing and the others sank when they saw this. This guy looks arrogant, but he doesn't seem to be blinded by greed. He must have something to rely on to do this. With this in mind, the few of them moved quickly. The person who obtained the green Li Jade table would naturally become the target of everyone. Even Dao Master Changle was ready to make a move. But at this time, Zhu Yi's purple robe was suddenly covered with a white robe. The white robe was simple and elegant. It emitted a white light, and the sound of reading came from the white light. It was inconspicuous at first, as if all the scholars in the world were reading manuscripts together. Xiao Qingqing, Sword Venerable Tide Hark, and Dao Master Changle had complicated expressions when they saw this. The holy ancient robe, the robe worn by the holy master of the ancient literary world, was quite unique. In the hands of other cultivators, it was useless and looked like a secular robe. However, in the hands of a person who had merits in both literary aura and cultivation, it could unleash an astonishing power. More than 3 years ago, Zhu Yi went to Tianjing City to take the exam. His stunning essay caused 100 sages to cry out in unison. His cultivation of the late gold core realm was recognized by this magic treasure, which caused a sensation in the world. After that, the Supreme Saint Ancient Robe left the Tianjing Academy with Zhu Yi and didn't display its power again. Thus, many people gradually forgot about this matter and treated it as an anecdote. However, Xiao Qingqing and the others would not ignore it because they could clearly sense a powerful will from the Paragon Saint Robe. It was as if the spiritual will of all the scholars in the world had merged together, like the righteous path of heaven and earth, shocking the past and the present. In the void next to Zhu Yi, a silhouette of an old man with a long beard and a gentle temperament appeared, standing side by side with him. Even great demons like Scarlet Thunder Dragon King and Devouring Sun Great Sage, who didn't know the details of the ancient sage robe, had solemn expressions on their faces. Not to mention Zhu Yi, who was at the middle Yuanying stage, even Xiao Qingcheng and Dao Master Changle, who were at the first tier of the primordial spirit realm, couldn't fully display its power. It could only be said that it could activate more power than a cultivator at the Yuanying stage. However, the ancient sage robe in front of them was really strange. No one had ever been able to refine it without forcibly erasing its primordial spirit. However, not only did it recognize Zhu Yi, who was at the late golden elixir, but now that it was activated by Zhu Yi, who was at the middle Yuanying stage, it could actually exert the power of a cultivator at the first tier of the primordial spirit realm, who activated an artifact of the transfiguration level, although it was against common sense. Xiao Qingcheng and the others had sufficient reason to suspect that if Zhu Yi reached the first tier of the primordial spirit realm, it was likely that he would have a chance to completely control such an artifact of the transfiguration level. As soon as the ancient sage robe appeared, Zhu Yi raised his hand and wrote in the void. Although he was writing, it only took an instant for countless words of light and darkness to appear in the void. Unlike in the past, the words that Zhu Yi had written with the power of light and darkness were each 100 feet in radius. The huge words floated in the air, giving off an extremely shocking feeling. Many words were arranged and changing, as if they were forming some kind of formation or writing some kind of earth-shattering record. Although they were in an alternate dimension like the Ying Sea, the aura of culture and the light of wisdom surged together, turning into streams of light and beautiful music that scattered in the air. It was as if a celestial maiden was scattering flowers and a celestial melody was lingering. This magnificent article turned into a golden bridge that extended towards the other side of the sky, as if there was no end. The first paragraph of the article said to carry on the past and open up a way for the future. Keep moving forward and open up infinite possibilities in the future. This represented creation and the general trend of the human Tao. Don't abide by the rules and don't go with the flow. Keep moving forward forever. In the second paragraph of the article, breaking through all obstacles and surpassing all dangers represented transcendence. Enemies would be surpassed, difficulties would be surpassed, time would be surpassed, and the limits of the world would also be surpassed. Only the momentum of humanity would continue to advance forever without limits. As for the third paragraph of the article, although it looked ordinary, it was very meaningful. It represented sharing, enlightenment, and guidance. He was willing to be the pioneer of the world and could be the teacher of the world, explaining the principles of the sages. Regardless of whether the people were wise or foolish, as long as they were willing, they could all accept enlightenment. This third paragraph of the article was perfectly compatible with Zhu Yi's literary aura and was displayed to the fullest. The 3 paragraphs of the article formed Zhu Yi's unique self-created divine art. It was the perfect combination of the literary aura and the power of the Tao. It was also the article that caused 100 sages to cry out in unison during Zhu Yi's examination. The moment the article appeared, there seemed to be countless figures flashing within the white light of the ancient sage robe. They were all scholars of the past. Everyone was reading the article together, and the power of the magic treasures and Zhu Yi's divine art perfectly fused together, enhancing each other. The power of the ancient sage robe strengthened Zhu Yi's divine art, and the literary aura of Zhu Yi's divine art also resonated with the ancient sage robe. Under the effect of the ancient sage robe, the golden bridge that seemed to connect the heaven and earth became increasingly condensed. Zhu Yi stepped onto the golden bridge with the eternal night devil steel and disappeared. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but the time and space above the small island seemed to have been frozen. In less than a snap of a finger, Zhu Yi had already disappeared. He stepped onto the golden bridge with Qing Liu and disappeared into the horizon. Even Xiao Qingcheng, the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King, Dao Venerable Changlu, and the other experts were stunned for a moment when they saw the golden bridge rising. When they came back to their senses, they looked at the golden light that disappeared into the horizon. All of them had an ugly expression and immediately turned into 5 rays of light to chase after it. Xiao Qingcheng's left and right hands formed different hand seals, and an illusory light crack appeared in the sky above her head. Then, a red and a blue star shone together. They were the fire celestial star and the water celestial star. Tide-watching Venerable Sword Tide also set up the rising tide sword and turned into a blue sword light. He chased after Zhu Yi desperately and was about to slash down with his sword. The Scarlet Thunder Dragon King turned into lightning, and his speed was even faster than tide-watching Venerable Sword Tide. Although Dao Venerable Chang Lu was slightly slower, he was not in a hurry and followed closely behind Zhu Yi. However, Xiao Qingcheng, tide-watching Venerable Sword Tide, and the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King soon realized that although they could see Zhu Yi stepping on the golden bridge, they could not lock onto his position and could not launch an attack to stop him. Zhu Yi stood calmly on the golden bridge, and the shadow of a huge spirit turtle appeared above his head. His eyes flickered constantly, and the hundreds of millions of runes on the surface of the turtle shell were constantly changing, performing countless divinations. If they could get closer, Xiao Qingcheng and the others could lock onto Zhu Yi and launch an attack. However, the distance was always a little short, which made Xiao Qingcheng and the others so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Zhu Yi had taken the lead, and it was too difficult to take back the lead. 6 people, 1 in the front and 5 behind, turned into 6 flashes of light, constantly flashing in the void above the Ying Sea. On one hand, they had to keep an eye on each other, and on the other hand, they had to carefully avoid the heavy environment of the Ying Sea. This scene shocked Xiao Huayang and the others, as well as the demons of the Brontosaurus and the golden-winged rock tribe. They did not expect the 5 primordial soul realm experts to fail to take the lead when the 6 clans fought for the treasure. Instead, Zhu Yi, a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator, took the lead. Even Shi Xingyan was slightly surprised to see Zhu Yi break out of the encirclement with Qing Liu when he was surrounded by Xiao Qingcheng and the other 4 experts. When Lin Feng arrived near the island, he happened to see Zhu Yi break out of the encirclement. He shook his head and laughed. "Ha, that's Little Yi's style indeed." As their master, Lin Feng naturally knew his disciples' battle styles very well. Unlike Xiao Yan, who liked to pretend to be weak to eat the tiger and counterattack, Zhu Yi did not test the opponent's strength when he fought with them. He would immediately use his ultimate skill and end the battle in the simplest and most direct way, defeating his opponent. Unless his opponent was like Xiao Peng in the past, where the gap between them was too big, he would not do it casually. Even a lion would use its full strength to fight a rabbit, but there was no need to fight an ant. For opponents who were not much stronger than him, Zhu Yi would always use his ultimate skill to defeat them. When fighting with him, his opponent's only choice would be to go all out from the beginning. Both parties would use their ultimate skills and meet on a narrow path, and the strongest would win. If one were to hold back their strength and keep their trump card in the beginning, they would most likely not be able to use their trump card until the day they died. It was not a good feeling to have a good hand of cards die in one's own hands. For example, Xiao Qingcheng and the others were experiencing this feeling now. Although they had already overestimated Zhu Yi as primordial soul adepts, when facing a Yuanian cultivator, they would always have a psychological advantage before they truly fought with him and understood his opponent's strength. This was not arrogance, but a normal confidence. if a primordial soul adept was timid and cautious when facing a Yuanian cultivator, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. However, when faced with a Yuanian cultivator with a strength that defied common sense like Zhu Yi, Xiao Qingcheng, and the others were immediately at a disadvantage, allowing Zhu Yi to gain the upper hand. When facing a group of primordial soul adepts, any Yuanian cultivator would use his full strength. This was something Xiao Qingcheng and the others had expected, but they did not expect Zhu Yi to use his full strength so fiercely. After gaining the upper hand, the 5 of them were actually unable to turn the tables. This was also why Zhu Yi chose to escape when he was surrounded by 5 people. If it was a one-on-one fight and Zhu Yi attacked with all his strength, the few primordial soul adepts would also secretly frown and feel the pressure. As long as there is someone who can stop this kid, the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King said coldly. They were so close to catching up to Zhu Yi, and Zhu Yi's magic power was also doing his best to avoid being locked on by them. At this moment, if a golden elixir period adept interfered slightly, Zhu Yi would be stopped. This time, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape with Qing Liu. Although Xiao Qingcheng's expression was slightly angry, she was not anxious. Silently, she said, "He can't escape." Before she finished speaking, a youth dressed in a sky-green robe suddenly appeared in the void. He smiled and said, "Senior Sister Xiao, I'm late, please forgive me. But now it seems that coming early is not as good as coming at the right time." Chapter 748. After the youth in azure robes appeared, he stared at Zhu Yi in the void. Golden light flashed and disrupted the space. Xiao Qingcheng and the rest might not be able to catch up to Zhu Yi, but it also limited Zhu Yi's escape route. Both sides were not just competing in speed, but also in the variations of their divine powers. Although the youth had yet to form the essence soul, he was still a late-stage Yuanian cultivator. His divine powers and dermic powers were even more powerful, and he was not to be underestimated. Xiao Qingcheng said, "Junior brother Yin, you've indeed arrived in time." Yin Tsangchen, the direct disciple of East Heavenly Gate, smiled. "It's my honor to help senior sister Xiao." Although he looked relaxed, Yin Tsangchen did not underestimate Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi was surrounded by 5 primordial soul realm experts, but he was still able to break out of the encirclement. Yin Tsangchen admitted that he could not do such a thing. However, he did not expect to win against Zhu Yi, as long as he could stall him for a while. Xiao Qingcheng and the rest would naturally catch up. At the thought of this, Yin Tsangchen did not say anything else. A clear light surged above his head, and the heaven and earth Dharma idol flew out, turning into a giant that was 300 meters tall. There seemed to be worlds revolving above the giant's head, bringing with it a huge pressure, as if all the worlds were pressing down together. Yin Tsangchen pushed with his palm, and the rotating giant wheel above the giant's head smashed down at Zhu Yi. The space in front of him shook violently as if someone was violently rubbing a painting. The spirit chi, within a radius of a few hundred miles, was all annihilated. With Yin Tsangchen's interference, Zhu Yi, who was using his full strength to deal with Xiao Qingcheng and the rest on the Golden Bridge, immediately felt his path blocked. "You're still far from it." Zhu Yi's expression didn't change. He pointed a finger, and the Kirin roared. A black light swirled around it, and it began to run like a moving mountain. Every step it took was filled with explosive power, and the space around it was torn apart. Zhu Yi stepped on the Golden Bridge and turned into a golden light, about to pass through without slowing down at all. Yin Tsangchen secretly frowned. He was also a rising star of this generation in the Eastern Heavenly Gate, and was a talent that the Eastern Heavenly Gate focused on nurturing. Although he entered the sect late, his cultivation level improved extremely quickly, and his divine abilities and dermic powers were also extraordinary. However, With Yuan Ying's late-stage cultivation base and the use of his universal avatar, he could not even stop Zhu Yi from advancing. This inevitably made him feel a strong sense of defeat and discomfort. Our sect still needs to gather all the Dao technique manuals as soon as possible. However, Yin Tsongchen was an extraordinary person after all. He immediately regained his composure, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Actually, I just need to delay Zhu Yi for a while, so that Senior Sister Xiao and the rest can surround him again. When the time comes, he will have to face 3 primordial soul adepts and 2 great sages of the demon race. Yin Tsongchen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "We need to infuriate him and make him lose his calm and rationality. No matter how stable a cultivator's mental state is, unless he has no desires, no love, and no hate, there will always be obsessions and mental demons." And there is no doubt that Zhu Yi's mental demons are his parents. At the thought of this, Yin Tsongchen smiled and said, "Although Meng Bingyan was expelled from Taishu Temple because her Dao heart was broken, it might not be the same as the time when she entered the mortal world to experience thousands of emotions in order to cultivate the supreme Wang Qing Dao. A single kiss from her lips was tasted by tens of thousands of people, and she embarrassed Taishu Temple. He was lying through his teeth, distorting the truth, and using specious information to slander Meng Bingyan." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yi looked at him coldly and frowned slightly. But very quickly, Zhu Yi's frown eased. In the next moment, he stepped on the golden bridge and charged towards Yin Tsongchen. Yin Tsongchen was already prepared. With the heaven and earth Dharma idol in the shape of a giant above his head, he pushed his palms out, and his vast dharmic powers turned into a small world, protecting Yin Tsongchen within it. He faced Zhu Yi with the small world. The Heavenly Gate's secret divine ability, Heavenly Realm Curse, was a top-notch defensive divine ability used for defense. Within the Heavenly Realm Curse, Yin Tsongchen did not hold back and made hand seals with both hands. "Treasure, please show yourself." A pitch-black robe appeared on his body, and like the original darkness of the universe, it enveloped his entire body. The powerful aura of a primordial spirit, Dharma, treasure, surged from within, and a voice came from the robe. What a grand divine ability, and the enhancement of an embodiment-level Dharma treasure. The combination of the two is truly ferocious. Even if I unleash my full power, it's hard to say if I can block it. He can attack me with his full power, unless he wants to perish together with me. Otherwise, attacking me with his full power is equivalent to selling his back to Senior Sister Xiao and the rest. Hearing Yin Tsongchen's words, the voice in the robe was still solemn. "We still can't be careless." As it spoke, a dark light swept over and shrunk Yin Tsongchen, rapidly turning into a small dot and disappearing from the small world formed by the Heavenly Realm Curse. Under the protection of the Dharma treasure, Yin Tsongchen could still see the outside situation clearly. Seeing that Zhu Yi was attacking, he sneered. "So what if your divine ability is powerful? The holes in your mental state are too big. With just a slight touch, you immediately start doing stupid things. For a cultivator like you to be able to live until today, you really have to thank the gods and Buddhas for their blessings. However, it's time for today." As he thought about that, Yin Tsongchen suddenly felt that something was wrong. Surprisingly, Zhu Yi did not care about Xiao Qingcheng and the rest who were chasing behind him and only focused on attacking Yin Tsongchen. He completely ignored his own defense and looked like he would not stop until he was dead and wanted to kill Yin Tsongchen here. Yin Tsongchen was stunned. Although his mother is most likely his reverse scale, is he really going to exchange his life with me just because of some slanderous words? In the next moment, Yin Tsongchen's eyes widened as he watched Zhu Yi, who was wearing the Supreme Saint Ancient robe, step on the golden bridge formed by the Saint's chapter, and instantly crush the small world formed by the heavenly realm curse. Countless recitation sounds echoed between heaven and earth, and righteousness rippled continuously as the golden bridge pressed down. Time and space seemed to be distorted and stagnant. In the void, a small black that was like a speck of dust kept growing bigger. This small black that resisted growing bigger, but there was nothing it could do. In the end, it could only watch as it was reduced to a ball of black light and revealed Ind Songchen, who was protected by the black robe. The primordial spirit of the supreme saint ancient robe, that long-bearded elder, stared at the black robe and snorted heavily. A white light flashed and instantly fixed the black robe in place. Meanwhile, the powerful divine power of Zhu Yi's saint's chapter pressed down on Ind Songchen in an unstoppable manner. Ind Songchen's face was as dark as water. "If you want to fight, let's fight. Let's see who will die." He exerted the power of the heaven and earth manifestation to the extreme and faced Zhu Yi's saint's chapter. The instant he attacked me was enough for Senior Sister Xiao and the rest to catch up. What I need to do now is to defend with all my strength so that I don't exchange my life with this little bastard. That's not worth it. Just as he thought of this, Ind Songchen received Xiao Qingqing's telepathic voice transmission. "Junior brother Yin, retreat quickly." At this moment, Ind Songchen also felt an extreme sense of danger, but before he could react further, he saw a scene that made him feel like his liver was going to explode. In the void, a painting scroll suddenly appeared. On the painting scroll was a painting of a blood river. The painting scroll emitted a dark light, and the blood river on the painting became reality. Thick, smelly, dirty blood flowed out continuously and stretched across the sky like an upside-down blood river. This dirty blood river happened to block Xiao Qingcheng and the rest's path to chase after Zhu Yi. A Dharma treasure refined by blood river, true water. Xiao Qingcheng and the rest frowned slightly. They did not notice that there was someone hiding at the side previously, but they had a vague feeling of unease. It was only when the other party took the initiative to reveal himself that they finally confirmed his existence. It was fine if the other party did not make a move, but once he did, the 5 of them immediately sensed the fluctuation of his aura and avoided the blood river. Xiao Qingqing and the rest looked in the same direction and saw a bronze-skinned young man dressed in purple standing calmly in the void. An ethereal and unpredictable ice mist floated around him, and within the mist and illusion, a dazzling sword light flashed vaguely. Xiao Qingcheng, Dao Master Changlu, and Sword Master Guanshou's hearts sank when they saw this, but they still sighed and nodded in unison. "So it's the Master of Xian Gate. Greetings." Scarlet Thunder Dragon King and Devouring Sun Great Sage also frowned slightly. A clone of the Master of Xian Gate, but he is only at the late Yuanying realm, and he can hide his tracks from our spiritual senses. We can only vaguely detect a trace of his shadow, and it feels like he is not inferior to a first-tier essence soul realm cultivator. The Master of Xian Gate is indeed worthy of his reputation. Xiao Qingqing's heart moved slightly. She communicated with the magic power seeds that she had scattered outside, and she immediately found that she had lost contact with one of them. "It's Xiao Peng's." He erased the magic power seed, without me noticing at all. After erasing, if I don't take the initiative to check, I won't be aware of it. It seems that he got the information about the Qingli Jade from Xiao Peng. Lin Feng himself had arrived here. Even if it was just a clone, the strength he displayed had already made Xiao Qingcheng and the rest frown. He also had the Ice Soul Misty Cloud and the Blood River painting in his hands. Even if he did not come in person, he was not to be underestimated. However, since Xiao Qingcheng and the rest were blocked by Lin Feng, Ind Songchen was in big trouble. on the Golden Bridge, formed by the chapter of the saints, countless lights and shadows appeared, as if thousands of scholars and Zhu Yi were standing side by side on the Golden Bridge, letting out a magnificent cry. The trend of the human Tao was like the tide of history, irreversible and unstoppable. The magnificent force directly crushed Yin Sangchen's heaven and earth dharma. I miscalculated. Yin Sangchen stared at Lin Feng, who was blocking Xiao Qingcheng and the rest, with his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Then he saw a flash of golden light and the sound of people reading. It was as if the whole world had frozen. After the heaven and earth dharma, Zhu Yi's attack did not stop at all, and he continued to attack Yin Sangchen. Xiao Qingcheng frowned deeply. After a slight hesitation, her body turned into an azure light, bypassed Lin Feng, and chased after Zhu Yi. She could leave a secret mechanism mark on Xiao Peng, which would activate automatically to silence him once important secrets were leaked. However, Yin Sangchen was a rising star that Eastern Heavenly Gate had put great effort into nurturing, and he was also her supporter. It would be too vexing if he were to die in the hands of Zhu Yi. A lantern flew up above her head, carefully guarding against Lin Feng, but she realized that Lin Feng had no intention of stopping her at all. However, when Sword Venerable Tide Listener and the rest showed signs of moving forward, the Blood River True Water swept over. Chapter 749. After Lin Feng arrived, Zhu Yi made hand seals, and the Li Qing jade set that was suppressed under the Eternal Night Devil Steel regained its freedom. It turned into a green light and soared into the sky. However, before the Li Qing jade set could be happy, it was already taken by Lin Feng with the Blood River painting. The black robe that was suppressed by the ancient holy robe was also unlucky. Lin Feng saw the black robe and then looked at the lamp above Xiao Qingcheng's head. He instantly smiled. Eastern Sky Gate does have a bit of wealth. As a spirit-nurturing grade Dharma treasure, it was difficult for the Blood River painting to suppress the azure jade table and Yin Sangchen's black robe by itself. If both sides were controlled by Essence Spirit Realm cultivators, the Blood River painting might not be able to trap the two Dharma treasures by itself. However, the Blood River painting's power was that it actually had no other use other than to contain and control a large amount of true blood water in the painting. That was an entire nether blood river vein. Facing such a large amount of true blood water, the Li Qing jade set and the black robe that had limited power without a master were unable to break free. If they forcefully resisted, they would even be polluted by the true blood water and lose their spirituality, damaging their foundations. In terms of function, the Blood River painting and the Xiantian God sealing flags that Lin Feng gave to Wang Lin had similar effects. When used to fight with enemies, it was not the magic treasure itself that was used, but the things contained in the magic treasure. The Blood River painting relied on the Nether Blood River, while the Xiantian God sealing flags relied on the imprisoned primordial spirit. This way, although Lin Feng's metal tree clone had yet to form a primordial spirit, it could use the Blood River painting and use the true blood water to trap the ownerless Li Qing jade set and the black robe. The only thing to note was that the Blood River painting couldn't be pressured too much. Otherwise, the Nether Blood River vein, refined by the magic treasure, might go out of control. Seeing Lin Feng put away the Li Qing jade set and the black robe, Tide Listening Sword Venerable, and the others fell into hesitation. They have the advantage in numbers, attacking together. Even if Lin Feng's Iron Tree clone has two treasures and his strength is extraordinary, he still may not be able to protect the Green Li Jade set. However, Venerable Tidehark, the Crimson Thunder Dragon King, and the others all knew that it was impossible to defeat Lin Feng's Iron Tree clone quickly and seize the Li Green Jade tables. They would definitely experience a fierce battle. Even if they could win, there would be enough time for Lin Feng's main body to rush over. unless giants like Liang Pan and Stonefeather also come here together. Otherwise, at that time, they still won't be able to do anything to Lin Feng. Dao Master Changle smiled bitterly and immediately said, Sect Master Lin, the great Qin Empire will not give up on the 3 mountains of Yinghai. However, I'm no match for you, so I won't make things difficult for your avatar. I've already reported the news to the Emperor. His Majesty is on the way. I have to delay you for a while. Please forgive me for offending you. Tide-watching Sword Venerable said silently, I have also reported the news to His Majesty and the Sect Master. He glanced at Xiao Qingcheng, who was charging towards Zhu Yi. Although the Songhai Sword Sect and the Eastern Heavenly Gate were both affiliated with the Great Zhou Empire, they did not have much of a relationship. Strictly speaking, they were 2 of the larger factions in the Great Zhou Empire's camp, and they were even in a competitive relationship. That was why when they fought for the Li Qing Jade set, they didn't hold back when they attacked each other. Seizing treasures depended on their own abilities. But now, facing Lin Feng, he had to join hands with Xiao Qingcheng. The azure rising tide sword transformed into thousands of ripples of light, flashing in the air and confronting Lin Feng's misty ice soul cloud. One was a spirit-nurturing level magic treasure that could fully exert its strength, while the other was a transformation level magic treasure that could only exert a limited amount of power. Who would win would depend on the abilities of their respective masters. Red Thunder Dragon King and Devouring Sun Great Saint had been silent, but seeing Tide-listening Sword Venerable's intention to fight, they also began to move. They were not interested in the battle between Xiao Qingcheng and Zhu Yi. What they cared about was the Li Qing Jade set that had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. Although he was stared at by a primordial soul grand sword cultivator and 2 great saint demons, Lin Feng looked calm. Instead, he looked at Dao Venerable Changle and said with a faint smile, My disciple is about to have a wonderful battle, so I won't leave now. But I won't wait too long for Sect Fellowshire. If Sect Fellowshire hasn't arrived by the time my disciple's battle is over, I won't have time to wait for him. Dao Venerable Changle said with a smile, If His Majesty doesn't arrive for a long time, I don't have the ability to keep Master Lin waiting. Having said that, he took a step back, indicating that he would not besiege Lin Feng's Iron Tree avatar with Tide-listening Sword Venerable and the other 2. As long as Lin Feng didn't leave, he would only quietly watch the battle between Zhu Yi and Xiao Qingcheng with Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the Red Thunder Dragon King, Devouring Sun Great Saint, and Tide-listening Sword Venerable, who were ready to make a move. Although he was facing 3 primordial soul stage powerhouses at the same time, he was still as calm as ever. In fact, he didn't even have the intention to rush over. A clear light flashed above his head, and a 150 feet tall heaven and earth avatar, like a towering tree, appeared in front of everyone like a jade pillar supporting the sky and a golden beam supporting the sea. With the support of the 8 trigram's 4 symbols, the Shura Iron Tree's indestructible life, and the Eternal Light's immortality, together formed a powerful defense that would make most primordial soul stage cultivators despair. Tide-listening Sword Venerable and the others were surprised. It was already incredible that Lin Feng's late Yuanying avatar could make them, primordial soul stage cultivators, afraid, but they only realized it now. The attack power of Lin Feng's Iron Tree avatar was not weak. It was enough to rival and even suppress most primordial soul stage cultivators. But compared to his defense, it was not enough. In general, Lin Feng's Iron Tree avatar, according to its own standards, was weak in attack and strong in defense. Its strongest point was its defense. The Iron Tree avatar revealed its heaven and earth avatar and pushed its defense to the extreme. Even a primordial soul second level reversion to the void stage experts would have a headache if they saw it. At this moment, Tide-listening Sword Venerable and the other 2 experts were besieging him. It would be extremely difficult for Lin Feng to defeat them like he did to Tide Listening Sword Venerable, but it would be even more difficult for the three of them to break through Lin Feng's defense. Not to mention that Lin Feng still had the Ice Soul Cloud. With Tide Listening Sword Venerable and the others attacking with all their might, they could suffer a fierce counterattack from Lin Feng at any time. After realizing this, whether it was Tide Listening Sword Venerable who wanted to help Shao Qingcheng or Scarlet Thunder Dragon King, and Devouring Sun Great Sage, who coveted the green Li Jade set, they immediately fell silent. For a moment, they did not have the urge to make a move. They just confronted Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was very relaxed. He looked into the distance. There, the cultivators of East Heaven Gate, Songhai Sword Sect, Brontosaurus Clan, and Golden-Winged Great Peng Clan were surrounding Li Yuanfang, Jieyu, and White Light with malicious intentions. However, when they were swept by Lin Feng's gaze, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and had no choice but to stop. If Tide Listening Sword Venerable and the others insisted on stopping, it would be difficult for Lin Feng's Iron Tree avatar to break through their line of defense. However, for Tide Listening Sword Venerable and the others, doing so was too petty. Both sides were only fighting for treasures. They were not mortal enemies. Holding Lin Feng's disciple as a hostage would instead form an irreconcilable hatred. Putting aside whether they were strong enough to endure Xianmen Tianzong's fury, even if they were not afraid, it would be unnecessary and benefit the other forces that entered Ing Ocean. If there was a second Essence Soul expert from East Heaven Gate or the Great Zhou Dynasty, they would have to pay them back in their own coin. However, among the few experts present, even Tide Listening Sword Venerable, who had the closest relationship with East Heaven Gate, they would not fight to the death for Shao Qingcheng, Yin Songchen, and Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's deterrence, the situation gradually stabilized. On the other side, the battle between Zhu Yi and Shao Qingcheng's group became more and more intense. Seeing that Lin Feng had stopped Tide Listening Sword Venerable and the others, but let her come alone, Shao Qingcheng's gaze flickered slightly. Are you really that confident in your disciple? You've indeed prevented Tide Listening, Changle, and the others from coming over, but you've also been completely trapped. Shao Qingcheng's gaze gradually turned cold, and bright flames flew out of the spirit lamp above her head. The crimson flames glowed with a golden luster. There were a total of 28 flames, forming a formation of 28 constellations, directly surrounding Zhu Yi in the center. Zhu Yi's golden bridge had already destroyed Yin Songchen's heaven and earth Dharma form, and was about to attack him. Shao Qingcheng also arrived very quickly. Zhu Yi looked at the 28 flickering crimson flames and nodded. Good. Heavenly Fire of Qianyang, 28 constellations, Heavenly Fire formation. Very good. You guys still obtained some of the Heavenly Gate's inheritance. The Saints chapter was one of Zhu Yi's strongest techniques, which was why it could shatter Yin Songchen's heaven and earth Dharma form in one strike. However, as a direct disciple of East Heaven Gate and a rising star of the younger generation, Yin Songchen was also extraordinary. The shattered heaven and earth Dharma form turned into a chaotic void and continuously wore down the golden bridge formed by Zhu Yi's Saints chapter. At this moment, Shao Qingcheng activated the 28 constellations Heavenly Fire formation from her magic treasure and immediately surrounded Zhu Yi. At the same time, Shao Qingcheng's right hand drew across the sky, and the light and shadow gap split open, revealing the stars in the sky. The fiery red Mars shone continuously, and the power of the stars strengthened Shao Qingcheng's 7 blazing true technique fire wheel, which smashed down towards Zhu Yi's head. Multiple powerful attacks pounced towards Zhu Yi at the same time, forcing him to retreat. If Zhu Yi insisted on killing Yin Songchen, he would also be in danger of being heavily injured. By then, when Xiao Qingcheng launched her second wave of attacks, he would very likely have to pay with his life for Yin Songchen's retreat. Xiao Qingcheng yelled, and the Chunxing profound cold ice fiendish divine art was already ready to be unleashed. Yin Songchen's heart, which had already fallen to the bottom of the valley of despair, seemed to have seen the light of hope again. He hurriedly wanted to work together with Xiao Qingcheng to break through Zhu Yi's divine art and escape. Zhu Yi said calmly, "Before coming to this island to find the Li Qing jade set, I used the art of 10,000 elephants returning to make a divination. There is fortune in misfortune and fortune in misfortune. It seems like this misfortune and misfortune will fall on you guys." The Li Qing jade set and the black robe had already been handed over to Lin Feng. He made a hand seal and activated the Supreme Saint Ancient Robe and Eternal Night Devil Steel, causing them to vibrate and emit a vigorous aura. Chapter 750. Zhu Yi's Paragon Sage, Ancient Robe emitted surging white light. Within the white light, thousands of light shadows appeared one after another, and the sound of chanting could be heard continuously. The white light strengthened the golden bridge formed by the chapter of saints below Zhu Yi. With a turn of the golden bridge, it had already traversed the void, causing Xiao Qingcheng's 7 blazing true arts fire wheel to miss. At the same time, the eternal night devil steel emitted a pitch-black light, causing the surrounding time and space to fall into an eternal night. The bright light of Xiao Qingcheng's Dharma treasure, the Yang Sky Lantern, was instantly devoured by the darkness. The light of the 28 constellations' heavenly fire formation also dimmed. Even so, Zhu Yi didn't forget about Yin Songchen. He clapped his palms, and rays of bright and dark light weaved together to form the mandala light and darkness formation, sealing Yin Songchen. In the next moment, the light and darkness formation started to collapse towards the center. Yin Songchen's heaven and earth dharma form was already broken, and he was sealed by the mandala light and darkness formation. Once the formation collapsed, the power that simulated the destruction of heaven and earth would erupt, and he would definitely die. Still trying to act fierce? You think too highly of yourself. Xiao Qingcheng snorted. Like mother, like son. Meng Bingyun is like this. And so is the bastard child she left behind. Xiao Qingcheng made a hand seal, and the Chunxing profound cold ice fiendish divine power turned into an extremely cold ice wave, instantly freezing the mandala light and darkness formation. The powerful power that originated from the water celestial star turned into the power of extreme cold. It was not much weaker than a primordial soul cultivator, using the Xian Ming true water of the same realm. It froze space, time, matter, spirit chi, and magic power together. After being touched by the Chunxing profound cold ice fiendish light and darkness formation, Zhu Yi's collapsing mandala light and darkness formation stopped immediately. Yin Songchen was overjoyed and was about to break out. My heaven and earth dharma form was destroyed, and my cultivation was greatly damaged. It will probably take hundreds of years to rebuild my heaven and earth dharma form, but I still have time to break through to the primordial soul realm. After I become a primordial soul realm cultivator, I will repay today's humiliation 100-fold. After saving Yin Songchen, Xiao Qingcheng did not feel relieved. Instead, her heart sank. This was because of her sensitive mental perception as a primordial soul cultivator. Without any hesitation, Xiao Qingcheng took Yin Songchen with her. Her entire body emitted a green light and turned into a dark green small world, protecting her as she broke through the void and teleported. However, the golden bridge formed by Zhu Yi's chapter of saints had already broken through the air and arrived in front of her, blocking her way. The Heavenly Gate's roving jade, myriad heavens escape technique is indeed extraordinary. When used by a primordial soul adept, it is indeed very powerful. Even I am not confident that I can catch up to him. However, your Eastern Heavenly Gates broken escape technique is a disgrace. Zhu Yi said unhurriedly, it's like a three-legged chair. It can be used to scare people, but if someone really sits on it, it will fall down immediately. As he spoke, the golden bridge, which was strengthened by the power of the Supreme Saint Ancient Robe, froze time and space and pressed down on Xiao Qingcheng. What a cunning kid! Xiao Qingcheng immediately reacted. From the beginning, Zhu Yi's target was not Yin Songchen, but her. He used Yin Songchen to lure her to rescue him. That was why he used the light and darkness mandala heavens barrier to trap Yin Songchen. Otherwise, if the golden bridge formed by the chapter of saints continued pressing down, Yin Songchen would be killed immediately. Zhu Yi, who was at the middle Yuanying stage, could not be measured by the standard of a Yuanying stage cultivator. He even dared to take the initiative to challenge Xiao Qingcheng, who was at the primordial soul realm. If Xiao Qingcheng fought him head-on, Zhu Yi was not afraid at all. However, if Xiao Qingcheng wanted to escape, Zhu Yi could not do anything to her. The Eastern Heavenly Gates roving jade myriad heavens escape technique was indeed incomplete. However, if Xiao Qingcheng did not want to save Yin Songchen, she would not have lost the initiative again. If she escaped, she would naturally have endless methods to obstruct Zhu Yi's pursuit and let herself leave easily. You're actually preventing me from escaping? Xiao Qingcheng raised her brows and revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. She seemed to be amused by Zhu Yi's behavior, but there was an additional killing intent in her eyes. I said that you like to think too highly of yourself, just like Meng Bingyun. Are you taking that as a compliment? Xiao Qingcheng's smile faded, and her eyes turned cold. It's fine for the Taoist sect master to do the same thing, but do you think you're worthy of being impudent in front of me? One of her hands was the 7 blazing true technique fire wheel, and the other was the celestial star profound cold ice fiend. The 2 divine abilities blasted towards the golden bridge formed by Zhu Yi's chapter of saints. Facing Xiao Qingcheng's fierce counterattack, Zhu Yi did not panic. Instead, he nodded leisurely and said, although I used this essay to draw the attention of 100 sages and eventually obtained the top spot in the golden roll, I know that I have not completely expressed the knowledge in my heart. There's still room for improvement in my chapter of saints. If this essay reaches perfection, suppressing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. However, if it reaches perfection, I should have attained a soul as well. I can still suppress you without using the chapter of saints. Zhu Yi smiled. There's fortune amidst misfortune. Today, I'm going to use the misfortune and misfortune that you've created to achieve my fortune and misfortune. Xiao Qingcheng, take this move of mine first. The island-sized spirit turtle and the mountainous Qilin appeared beside Zhu Yi once again. At the same time, a tremendous dragon's roar rang out behind Zhu Yi. Among the auspicious clouds, dragon's might radiated as an azure dragon that was no smaller than the spirit turtle and Qilin appeared in the air. Afterwards, a clear phoenix cry rang out as well. The 5-colored phoenix danced gracefully, circling above Zhu Yi's head. Method of myriad manifestation repatriation, heavenly Qilin technique. Incantation of the phoenix's Nerva, method of dragon ascension. Zhu Yi brought his hands together, and the images of the 4 spirits gathered together. The surging spiritual qi turned into a huge ring, as if it had directly cut off the space around Xiao Qingcheng and sealed her within. Xiao Qingcheng's eyes narrowed slightly. She saw the ring repeat itself, harmonious and self-consistent. It contained the profound ways of the world. It seemed to clarify the principles and laws of how everything operated in the world. The images of the 4 spirits alternated within the ring. The spirit turtle suppressed all agitation and changes, causing everything to remain still. At the same time, it constantly divined and projected the changes of the world, understanding everything. The Qilin was righteous, defending and upholding justice, subduing all evil and ensuring that everything did not deviate from their trajectories, always proceeding in a straight line. The phoenix demonstrated the changes of creation. Everything would eventually head towards destruction, but after destruction, new life would be born, repeating the cycle. The azure dragon did not display any offensive nature. Instead, it represented a will to constantly improve and forge ahead. At the same time, it was not a selfish act, but a grand will for everyone in the world to strive for greatness. With 9, it was auspicious to see a leaderless group of dragons. The powers of the 4 spirits complemented one another, constantly fusing together. As a result, the ring seemed simple, but it was as large as the heavens. Slowly, Zhu Yi said, "Xiao Qingcheng, try out my great cycle of 4 symbols formation. You're a soul formation cultivator, so you should be able to give me some useful suggestions, right?" The great cycle of 4 symbols formation originated from the 4 symbols heaven-opening tome that Lin Feng had passed on to him. Together with the chapter of the saints, they were currently Zhu Yi's 2 most powerful abilities. The power of the cycle pressed down. To Xiao Qingqing's shock, she discovered that she was actually unable to tear through the sky to draw in the power of the stars. As a matter of fact, even soul formation cultivators' ability to freely control the spiritual qi of the world and become one with the world was vaguely obstructed. Good. Very good. Xiao Qingcheng raised an eyebrow slightly. You're stronger than Meng Bingyun. If you've already proven your soul formation, this formation can directly sever my connection with the world. Unfortunately, you're still not a soul formation cultivator. As she spoke, Xiao Qingqing's figure suddenly distorted, turning into an existence that seemed like a starry universe. It was as if layers of worlds were revolving together. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing finally manifested her soul formation. In the worlds formed by her soul formation, the 7 blazing true technique fire wheel and the celestial profound cold ice fiend suddenly rose. The 2 opposing powers gathered together. Not only did they not become chaotic, but they also began to merge. You've put in a lot of effort since you used junior brother Ian as bait to lure me into your trap. Unfortunately, all strategies are built on the foundation of strength. Xiao Qingqing said coldly. I'll say it again. You're not your master. I heard that Meng Bingyun broke Hongwu's rules when she taught you how to read when you were young and was even reprimanded for it. Did she teach you this? Fire and water calamity. The 2 opposing powers, the 7 blazing true technique fire wheel and the celestial profound cold ice fiend, merged together. Instantly, a brand new concept of power was born. It was as if there was an earthquake spreading out, and each wave was stronger than the last. In the end, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. Volcanoes erupted and dams burst. The aura of a great disaster shook all the living beings in the surroundings. The great calamity and the great calamity were like the heavens and earth reaching their end. The combination of fire and water, the star calamity, the violent power crashed against the 4 symbols' great heavenly cycle formation. The heavenly cycle formed by the formation shook violently. Xiao Qingqing's ultimate attack seemed to be forcefully tearing the heavens apart. This scene fell into the eyes of Venerable Tide Hark and the other soul formation powerhouses. Their expressions turned solemn. With Xiao Qingqing's supernatural power and her Dharma treasure, the Sun Sky Lantern, her strength was vaguely the strongest of the 5 soul formation powerhouses present. Under the effect of Xiao Qingqing's magic power, the sky seemed to crack open again. If Xiao Qingqing succeeded, and drew upon the power of the stars, the power of her divine art would be even stronger. At that time, it would truly be worthy of the name Star Calamity. However, Zhu Yi was as calm as usual. He said indifferently, "Fire and water calamity. My mother naturally taught me that. Apart from that, she also taught me that the slightest difference can lead to a great difference." The eternal night Devil Steel tried its best to suppress the sun sky lantern. The holy sage ancient robe shone brightly, and its power was added to the golden bridge formed by the Book of Saints. The golden bridge's power became even more majestic, and it resisted Xiao Qingqing's attack together with the four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation. The two divine arts were fully focused on defense. Even though Xiao Qingqing had already proven her soul formation, she couldn't break through it in a short period of time. The golden bridge formed by the Book of Saints was even more mysterious. While defending against Xiao Qingqing's attack, it also affected Xiao Qingqing's Yuan spirit incarnation, causing it to feel sluggish. Xiao Qingqing's mind was slightly dazed. For a moment, she even changed from the Yuan spirit incarnation back to her human form. Xiao Qingqing, who had regained her senses, was furious. She pushed her power to the extreme, wanting to break Zhu Yi's Book of Saints and four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation. The slightest difference can lead to a great difference. You're not just a slightest difference. On the golden bridge, Zhu Yi laughed softly. Previously, it was a slightest difference. Now, it's indeed not just a slightest difference. A majestic wave of magic power came from the golden bridge, shaking the surrounding void. Chapter 7:51. Looking at the intense battle between Zhu Yi and Xiao Qingqing, Tide Hark Sword Venerable, Dao Venerable Chong Lu, Scarlet Thunder Dragon King, and Devouring Sun Great Sage all fell silent. As bystanders, they had clearly witnessed everything that had just happened. Although Xiao Qingqing's Yuan spirit avatar had only returned to its human form for a short moment, both sides had actually been locked in a stalemate for a period of time. Zhu Yi's four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation and Saints chapter had worked together to seal off Xiao Qingqing's attack. However, if this went on for a long time, Xiao Qingqing was a Yuan spirit venerable after all. Under Zhu Yi's defense, it would be difficult to guarantee her safety. Once a gap appeared in any part of Zhu Yi's four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation and Saints chapter, Xiao Qingqing would be able to draw upon the power of the stars in the sky again. At that time, her power would skyrocket. Even if Zhu Yi could control the supreme sacred ancient robe, it would be difficult to say who would win. However, during this stalemate, Zhu Yi did something that left everyone dumbfounded. While fighting with Xiao Qingqing, he flew out of his Yuaning and began to try to condense the universal Dharma form. Zhu Yi's current Yuaning looked like he had when he was in his teens. A thick branch of the cloud forest tree appeared above his head, and a huge amount of spirit qi immediately poured down. With such a huge amount of spirit qi, Zhu Yi would not be at a disadvantage when facing Xiao Qingqing in terms of Dharma power, while a huge amount of spirit qi strengthened the supreme sacred ancient robe, Saints chapter, and four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation. It also poured into Zhu Yi's Yuaning, causing his Yuaning to grow rapidly. All the essence of Zhu Yi's Dao techniques that he had learned in his life gathered together and gradually formed a huge human silhouette. He's courting death. Devouring Sun Great Sage said decisively, breaking through realms of cultivation was never something that could be accomplished overnight, especially when condensing the universal Dharma form was even more difficult. Breaking through in the middle of an intense battle did indeed happen, but in most cases, those who attempted to break through were killed by their opponents before they could succeed. Because this was equivalent to being distracted in the middle of a battle. If you weren't that much stronger than your opponent, doing this would 99% be courting death. The other party didn't even need to actually attack you. Just a slight interruption or interference would cause you to directly go berserk. This kind of victory was easy, clean, and didn't hurt anyone's hand. Anyone would like it. However, Zhu Yi still did it without hesitation or fear. He raised his hand and wrote in the air. Light and dark characters appeared one after another, merging with a huge amount of essence energy and pouring it into the huge human figure above. The four spirit images of the dragon, phoenix, tortoise, and Qilin appeared once again and merged into the human statue. Suddenly, a giant with 4 faces and 8 arms appeared in front of everyone, sitting cross-legged on a huge Qilin. An azure dragon coiled around his body, and a phoenix circled above his head, letting out a series of clear cries. 4 faces faced the 4 directions, each with a different expression. One face was steady and dignified, one face was calm and indifferent, one face was fierce, and one face was carefree and unrestrained. The images of the 8 trigrams formed his 8 arms, divided into 4 pairs, corresponding to the 4 faces. One pair of hands was holding a thick book, one pair was calmly writing on a piece of paper, one pair was holding a ruler, and one pair was playing a zither. In the air, the huge zither landed on the back of a giant tortoise, which silently lay beside the giant. Countless light and dark characters gathered to form a moral essay, overflowing with a scholarly aura, floating up and down beside the giant. Xiao Huayang and the others were too far away, and their divine senses weren't enough to see the ongoing battle clearly. They could only see that in the blurry light and shadow, Xiao Qingqing's star calamity supernatural power seemed to have the power to tear the heavens and earth apart, bombarding continuously on Zhu Yi's 4 symbols great cycle formation and the Book of the Saints. Seeing that Xiao Qingqing had the upper hand and was suppressing Zhu Yi to the point that he could only defend, Xiao Huayang and the others all showed expressions of satisfaction. You are indeed admirable to have such supernatural power at the middle yuanying stage, but because of this you have lost yourself and can't see how much strength you have. Provoking an essence soul cultivator will only result in your own humiliation. Arrogant and conceited, I will see you fall today. You have been used to having a smooth life in the past, but after today's setback, even if your Tao heart isn't clouded, your cultivation will stagnate for a long time. I will definitely surpass you and achieve the essence soul first, and then I will only leave you further and further behind. I sincerely hope that Mother will spare your life this time. In the future, I will personally defeat you and kill you to avenge today's humiliation. But at this moment, on the Golden Bridge, a huge figure suddenly appeared. Sounds of reading came from the void, and light rain sprinkled down. Xiao Huayang and the other yuanying and golden elixir period cultivators were all stunned. Tide Observing Sword Master, Red Thunder Dragon King, Chong Lu Dao Master, and Devouring Sun Great Saint, the 4 Essence Soul cultivators, were also slightly surprised. Xiao Huayang and the others could not see clearly, but they could clearly see that Zhu Yi was really withstanding Xiao Qingqing's attack while condensing his heaven and earth form. Not only that, Xiao Qingqing's attack seemed to be accelerating the condensing speed of Zhu Yi's heaven and earth form. Although Zhu Yi himself was on the verge of collapse, and his face was getting paler, his yuanying stage was still growing, and the huge heaven and earth form above his head was getting clearer and clearer. With the help of the fight with the Essence Soul Cultivator, he sorted out and comprehended his own Tao law, getting rid of the impurities and keeping the essence and constantly refining. Chong Lu Dao Master somewhat understood, but this is because he has already stood at the peak of the middle yuanying stage and is only 1 step away from achieving the heaven and earth form. Lin Feng quietly looked at this scene, carrying a smile on his face. This kind of experience, for Xiaoyi himself, is also very difficult to replicate. In the future, when he attacks the bottlenecks of other realms, it will also be very difficult to reproduce this scene today. However, If he is not confident, why would Xiaoyi be so reckless? He should have already calculated that this time he could use the battle with Xiao Qingcheng to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and reach the late Yuanying stage. Tight observing sword master, and the others also understood the reason, but their faces were still solemn. In any case, what Zhu Yi did today left a deep impression in their hearts, even though they had already reached the essence soul realm. Finally, just as Xiao Qingcheng completely got rid of the influence of the Golden Bridge and was about to activate all the mana in her body to break the four symbols' great circle formation, and the chapter of saints, Zhu Yi's heaven and earth form was also completely condensed. He himself, in the Yuanying stage, became 11 or 12 years old, which was a sign that he had reached the late Yuanying stage. The size of the cloud forest branch had shrunk a lot, but it was still full of spiritual qi, which poured into Zhu Yi's body to help him recover his mana, nourish his Yuanying stage, and completely stabilize his heaven and earth form. To be honest, there was indeed a small gap between us before. Zhu Yi finally looked down at Xiao Qingcheng and smiled, but now it is no longer a small gap. As he said this, Zhu Yi's huge heaven and earth form stomped on the Golden Bridge, and it suddenly burst into amazing splendor. He had reached the late Yuanying stage, and the power of the Supreme Saint Ancient Robe was further enhanced. The chapter of saints became more powerful, and as the golden light flashed, the sound of the book shook the sky and directly began to counterattack Xiao Qingcheng's star disaster. You created the great destruction, the great calamity, and I will calm the suffering and eliminate the calamity. No matter how much suffering and calamity there is, it will not be able to stop me from leading the people to surpass the sea of suffering and reach the shore, achieving freedom together. Zhu Yi lightly shouted, "Xiao Qingcheng, you and my mother didn't get along well. My mother's death is also related to you. I won't kill you, but I'll take you to my mother's grave and sweep it for her. I have the right to punish you." Xiao Qingcheng's gaze was unprecedentedly cold. If she really ended up like that, it would be a greater humiliation than death to her. She said coldly, "You want me to sweep that lowly Meng Bingyun's grave? I didn't dig up her grave back then because of Han Guo." Zhu Yi snorted coldly, "Go and watch over my mother's grave." His heaven and earth form let out a deafening roar, and the heavenly cycle formed by the four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation also underwent a tremendous change. It expanded to the size of the heavenly cycle and shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. The twisting and immense pressure caused Xiao Qingcheng's Yuanshin incarnation to feel pain. It was as if her Yuanshin was going to turn into dust along with the circle. Zhu Yi's four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation was both offensive and defensive. Just now, in order to protect himself from the heavenly law's embodiment technique, he had chosen to focus on defense and gave up on attacking. Now, he could finally display his fierce offensive side. Late-stage Yuanying, heaven and earth form. Feeling Zhu Yi's sudden increase in supernatural power, Xiao Qingcheng's expression turned solemn. He actually broke through to the next realm and cultivated the heaven and earth form while fighting with me. A feeling of absurdity surfaced in Xiao Qingcheng's heart, followed by incomparable humiliation. A mid-stage Yuanying cultivator broke through to the next realm and cultivated the heaven and earth form while fighting with a primordial soul cultivator. Xiao Qingcheng did not stop midway. Silently, she waited for Zhu Yi to achieve the heaven and earth form, but under such circumstances, Zhu Yi actually succeeded. The towering anger and humiliation made Xiao Qingcheng feel as if her Yuanshen was about to explode. However, facing Zhu Yi's overwhelming counterattack, Xiao Qingcheng's anger instantly cooled down, and she regained her rationality. She took a deep look at Zhu Yi. With a single thought, her primordial spirit avatar trembled. She gave up on the star calamity divine art and stopped activating it. If she could break through the heavens and receive the power of the stars, she would continue to fight with Zhu Yi. However, she could not break through the suppression of Zhu Yi's four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation and the saint's chapter. Clearly, Zhu Yi would not be foolish enough to destroy himself and choose a more difficult method of victory. Pursuing a cornered enemy was Zhu Yi's battle philosophy. The more his opponent wanted to do something, the more he would not let them get what they wanted. The world formed by Xiao Qingqing's Yuan Shen began to revolve rapidly. Many spaces connected and turned into a new world, protecting Xiao Qingqing's Yuan Shen avatar within. It was the Heavenly Gate's secret protective Dharma art, the Universal World Curse. This Dharma art was cast by Xiao Qingqing, who was in the primordial soul realm. She focused on defending with all her might, and the effect was much stronger than when Yin Sangchen used it previously. Unfortunately, it's useless. As Zhu Yi spoke indifferently, the majestic golden bridge descended once again. Chapter 752. The golden bridge formed by the saint's chapter directly pierced through Xiao Qingqing's small world incantation, connecting it with the outside world. The great heavenly cycle rotated again, completely disintegrating the small world. Xiao Qingqing immediately felt that the small world she had created with her magic power and spiritual qi was actually approaching its end under Zhu Yi's control. It was beginning to simulate the destruction of the world. She, who was in this world, had to bear the terrifying power of the destruction. Xiao Qingqing's Yuan Shen incarnation revealed some emotional fluctuations. It was angry but also cautious. Boundless longevity, chaotic heaven's protection. Xiao Qingqing let out a drawn-out cry. Streaks of purplish-golden radiance flickered, as if she was wearing a jade robe that protected her soul. She forcefully withstood the terrifying destructive force of the destruction of a small world. Longevity, chaotic heavens, protection incantation. The eyes of Lin Feng, who was watching the battle, and Zhu Yi, who was in the middle of the battle, flashed at the same time. The protective secret incantation passed down by the Grand Imperial Orthodoxy. After the great heavenly world incantation, Xiao Qingqing, who was fully focused on defense, activated another top-notch defensive Dharma art, the Longevity Chaotic Heavens Protection Incantation. The two great Dharma arts alternated, finally withstanding Zhu Yi's round of attacks. At the same time, she activated the Yang Sky Lantern with all her strength, forcefully breaking through the eternal night Devil Steel's encirclement and returning to her side. Reality proved that Xiao Qingqing's decision was very correct. She had just called back the Yang Sky Lantern when Zhu Yi's second round of attacks came, not giving her a chance to catch her breath. The heavenly cycle formed by the four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation directly wrapped around the purple-gold immortal robe formed by her longevity chaotic heaven protective curse. Then, with a sudden contraction, the immortal robe that seemed to have a lifespan as long as the heavens and was indestructible exploded with a loud bang, turning into specks of flowing light that dissipated. "Rise!" As Xiao Qingqing shouted anxiously, the scarlet flames on the Yang Sky Lantern flickered with a golden light and scattered with a loud rumble. The embers connected in the air and turned into a fire net that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It formed the third layer of defense, protecting her within it. She was a primordial divinity cultivator, so she could push the Yang Sky Lantern's power to the limit. Under her control, the lantern was equivalent to a primordial divinity incarnation realm expert. The ferocious heavenly fire of the heavenly sun transformed the space within a radius of nearly 1,000 miles into a sea of fire that burned fiercely. As the scorching airflow fluctuated, even time and space seemed to distort. If it was one of the 7 great true fires, I would still find it a bit troublesome. But although your heavenly fire is strong, it is not enough. Zhu Yi said bluntly, completely ignoring the ferocious fire net. His holy robe flickered with a dazzling white light, defending against the attack of the heavenly fire. His four symbols great heavenly cycle formation, and the Book of the Saints did not stop and continued to attack Xiao Qingcheng. If she had the Yang Sky Lantern to help her fend off Zhu Yi, Xiao Qingcheng would have had the time to regroup. However, Zhu Yi didn't give her any chance at all. Relying on the power of the Holy Ancient Robe, he took on the Yang Sky Lantern head-on while attacking nonstop. The Supreme Saint Ancient Robe defied the common sense of most magical treasures. Under Zhu Yi's control, it was as if a nascent divinity incarnation, Realm Master, was controlling it, making it hard for the heavenly fire of the Yang Sky Lantern to advance any further. Xiao Qingcheng, on the other hand, was in dire straits when faced with Zhu Yi's storm-like attacks. Suddenly, her vision turned black. Endless darkness enveloped her and swallowed her primordial spirit incarnation. It was as if she had sunk into a silent world without light or sound. Not good. Xiao Qingcheng immediately knew that she was facing the suction force of the eternal night devil steel. If he didn't break out, he would be suppressed by the eternal night devil steel, Zhu Yi. At that time, he would really be captured alive. Vile spawn, don't even think about it. As Xiao Qingcheng shouted, the world formed by her primordial spirit instantly started to revolve. It was as if there were countless small worlds revolving at the same time. In the center of these small worlds, a powerful intent realm faintly broke through the Yingxi realm and connected with the entire heaven primal world. In the next moment, this powerful intent realm transformed into layers of radiance and exploded outwards. It forcefully broke through the eternal night devil steel's imprisonment. A muffled groan came from the eternal night devil steel. The boundless curtain of night retreated, and Xiao Qingcheng finally saw the light of day again. Even though she had only been enveloped by the darkness for a short moment, she felt as if she had lived through millions of years. Xiao Qingcheng's attack had damaged the eternal night devil steel. Even though the eternal night devil steel was unable to effectively unleash its power, it was still a transformation-grade magical treasure. Thus, it was still injured by Xiao Qingcheng's attack. However, Xiao Qingcheng wasn't in a good state either. In fact, it was difficult for her to maintain her primordial spirit incarnation and return to her human form. Silently, Zhu Yi said, "There are some principles and intents of the Universal Tao's supreme divine ability, the Universal Treasure Wheel. Even though it's just the tip of the iceberg, it is indeed extraordinary. However, it still won't change your defeat." Zhu Yi's four symbols' great heavenly cycle formation and the Saint Chapter's divine ability struck down once again. Facing this scene, Xiao Qingcheng's expression was incomparably ugly. At this moment, her primordial spirit was injured, and it was even more strenuous for her to defend against Zhu Yi's attacks. Xiao Qingcheng had already completely given up on the idea of turning defeat into victory. It was impossible for her to fight to the end and drag Zhu Yi down with her. Lin Feng was watching from the side. At this stage, Xiao Qingcheng had no choice but to admit a fact that was hard for her to accept. She, a dignified primordial spirit cultivator, was actually going to lose to a Yuanian cultivator. Xiao Qingcheng took a deep breath and instantly calmed her heart. She was also a decisive person. She directly pointed a finger at the center of her brows. A complicated golden pattern instantly appeared at the center of her brows, and it looked like a golden plate. The golden light receded, revealing an iron coupon with vermilion words written on it. Upon closer inspection, it was only half of the coupon. Xiao Qingcheng shattered it with a finger. Instantly, rays of purplish gold light flashed and swept her up. She broke through the void and escaped at an extreme speed. even Zhu Yi's four symbols great heavenly cycle formation, and the saint chapter couldn't stop her in time. The Grand Emperor's death substitution golden plate. Zhu Yi's eyes flashed, and a piece of information appeared in his mind. In ancient times, the Grand Emperor had once made an iron alchemy coupon and bestowed it to his meritorious subjects. It was a proof of immunity from death, and at the same time, it was also a protective treasure. An iron alchemy coupon was divided into two halves, with the emperor and the subject each holding one half. Once the subject suffered a fatal attack, the iron alchemy coupon would automatically activate the Grand Emperor's mana to help defend against it. At the same time, it would break through the void and bring the subject away from danger, returning to the emperor who held the other half of the iron alchemy coupon. Thus, the later generations also called the death substitution golden plate. Although it was a one-time use item, the person who held the death substitution golden plate was equivalent to having an extra life. The death substitution golden plate was very powerful, but it was also very rare. Now, it was extinct in the Divine Land. However, the Great Zhou Empire, which had excavated the Grand Emperor's palace and the Grand Emperor's ruins, obtained a small amount of it. It wasn't unexpected that they would give it to Xiao Qingcheng, one of the core members of the Eastern Heavenly Gate. Zhu Yi, you're very good. Xiao Qingcheng was swept up by the purplish gold light, and her expression had already calmed down. You're almost at the stage where Han Gu will personally take action, even though this is a great nightmare for you. Zhu Yi smiled. Very soon. Even if he doesn't come to find me, I will go find him. When that day comes, the Eastern Heavenly Gate won't be able to protect you. The Great Zhou Empire won't be able to protect you. And even Lord Father won't be able to protect you. As for today, do you think that everything will be fine and you can leave easily with the death substitution golden plate? Your primordial spirit is injured and my eternal night devil steel is also slightly damaged. Leave this treasured lamp of yours as compensation. As Zhu Yi spoke, the Dharma idol behind him shook. The giant that was originally sitting cross-legged on the qilin stood up, and its four faces chanted together. Its 8 arms also let go of the books, paper, brush, ruler, and zither, and they performed an ancient greeting. A vast and majestic power spread out, and the power of the holy ancient robe also supported Zhu Yi's Dharma idol. The heavenly cycle formed by the 4 great heavenly cycle formations shook the void, and it forcibly stopped Xiao Qingcheng, who was about to fly away, for a moment. In the next moment, the golden bridge formed by the Book of Saints condensed into a ray of golden light, and it swept down with a loud bang, causing the yang sky lantern above Xiao Qingcheng's head to fall. Zhu Yi laughed. Go, go! Amidst the laughter, Xiao Qingcheng was directly hit by the golden bridge, and she tumbled down. Only then did the purple light of the death substitution golden plate break free from the heavenly cycle formation, and it swept her up and flew away. This scene was not only seen by Sword Venerable Taiting, Scarlet Thunder Dragon King, Dao Venerable Chang Lu, and Devouring Sun Great Sage, but also by Xiao Huayang and the others in the distance. Not only the Eastern Heavenly Gate cultivators, but the people from the other forces were also dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. Zhu Yi, Xiao Qingcheng was so embarrassed that her face turned red, and her eyes were almost bloodshot after being beaten up by Zhu Yi in front of everyone. Her originally calm state of mind was shattered again. Xiao Qingcheng only felt that if she had not completely refined her body into a primordial spirit, and if she was still a flesh and blood body, she was afraid that she would have vomited blood on the spot. Senior Sister Xiao, the death immunity golden plate could only be used on one person. After saving Xiao Qingcheng and leaving, it could not take care of Yin Sangchen anymore. Xiao Qingcheng could not even protect her yang sky lantern. so she naturally could not bring Yin Sangchen away. Yin Sangchen was already seriously injured previously. Although he did not face Zhu Yi's powerful attacks directly under Xiao Qingqing's protection, he was unable to escape at this moment. He could only watch as Zhu Yi used the light and darkness mandala world boundary again, and captured him alive. Since you like to talk so much, don't become mute later. Zhu Yi laughed coldly and completely suppressed Yin Sangchen. Seeing this scene, all the spectators fell into silence. But even so, the outcome of this battle was beyond everyone's expectations. They originally thought that it was already praiseworthy that Zhu Yi was able to fight against Xiao Qingqing, who was at the primordial spirit stage, at the Yuanying stage, and did not die or lose. Unexpectedly, it was actually Zhu Yi who defeated Xiao Qingqing in the end. Tidehark Sword Venerable and the other big shots' complicated gazes shifted between Lin Feng and Zhu Yi. Even with their state of mind, they felt shocked and shaken at this moment because they felt that they were completely inferior to Lin Feng at this moment. Not only was there a gap in strength, but even their seniority was lower. As Lin Feng's disciple, Zhu Yi might be young, but he could actually fight against primordial spirit stage cultivators like them as equals. This caused the gap between Lin Feng and them to become even more obvious. Compared to the shock and complicated emotions of the others, Lin Feng's expression was as calm as usual, as if he already knew the outcome of the battle, and that Zhu Yi's victory was a matter of course. He smiled faintly. "This battle is over. My disciple, and I will take our leave now." Dao Master Changle and Tidehark Sword Venerable came to their senses at the same time. Thinking of the verdant jade set that fell into Lin Feng's hands, they were unwilling and in a dilemma. Chapter 753. His Majesty is still not here. Dao Master Changle felt bitter in his heart, but he was unwilling to leave when he thought of the Qingli jade set that had fallen into Lin Feng's hands. Sword Venerable Tinghai also thought the same. He hurriedly tried to contact Emperor Liang Pan and his sect master, Sword Venerable Songhai, but he received a shocking news. On the way, Liang Pan and the other experts of the Great Zhou dynasty passed by a sea area and suddenly found other clues, which attracted the attention of all parties. Liang Pan made a prompt decision to rush over. Dao Master Changle also got the same answer after contacting Emperor Qin Stonefeather. The two immediately knew that whether it was Emperor Qin Stonefeather or Emperor Zhou Liang Pan, it would be impossible for them to rush over in a short time. Dao Master Chang Lu thought quickly. He let out a long sigh and bowed to Lin Feng. "Sect Master Lin, I'm afraid that His Majesty will miss you. Let me express my regret." Lin Feng smiled. Including the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain that has already fallen into the hands of the Great Zhou, there are a total of 3 immortal mountains. I am also very troubled as to how to plan and reap the greatest rewards. I believe fellow Taoist Sure has discovered something else. Then I won't wait any longer. After saying that, Lin Feng took Zhu Yi, Li Yuanfang, Jie Yu, White Light, and the others and flew away together. Dao Master Changle and Sword Venerable Tinghai sighed at the same time and followed behind Lin Feng with the people of the Great Qin dynasty and Songhai Sword sect. Without backup, they gave up on the idea of robbing, but they still followed from a distance. Although it seemed a little stingy, it was better than giving up for nothing. Even though it has not been confirmed, but there is a very high chance that the Li Qing Jade set is an important clue to finding the Yingzhou Celestial Mountain. Out of this consideration, even though he cannot directly borrow the help of the Li Qing Jade set by following Lin Feng and the others, he may still be able to find some clues. If Lin Feng himself came and directly drove them away, it would not be too late for them to disperse. Anyway, they would not forcibly contradict Lin Feng. If the Li Qing Jade was truly of great importance, Then they could at least inform Stonefeather, Liang Pan, and the others immediately. Not only Dao Master Chang Lu and Tide Listening Sword Master, but also the Red Thunder Dragon King and the Devouring Sun Great Saint, the two demon clan powerhouses, also gathered their subordinates and quietly followed. Only Xiao Huayang and the others from the East Heaven Gate could only watch the scene unfold. They wanted to give chase, but they could not keep up with the flying speed of an Essence Soul expert. After Xiao Qingcheng left in defeat, Lin Feng and Zhu Yi couldn't be bothered to make things difficult for them. Thinking that Zhu Yi didn't take him seriously, Xiao Huayang couldn't help but feel depressed. In addition to being depressed, Xiao Huayang's heart was also in turmoil. Until now, he still couldn't believe it. Even my mother is not a match for Zhu Yi. But how is this possible? My mother has reached the Essence Soul realm, but she was defeated by Zhu Yi, who is only at the late stage of yuanying. She was even forced to use the Death Substitution Golden Token. I can't believe my eyes. Doesn't that mean that even if Zhu Yi stops advancing, and I have reached the Essence Soul realm, I am still not a match for him? That little bastard was raised like a pig and a dog in the Lord Protector's mansion. He was not allowed to practice martial arts, was not allowed to learn Taoism, but now Xiao Huayang stood there in a daze. Suddenly, she saw stars and felt dizzy. No matter if it was her soul or the nascent soul that looked like a 4 or 5-year-old child, at this moment, they were like fragile porcelain that had suddenly suffered a collision, causing numerous cracks to appear on their surface, and they were on the verge of collapse. It seemed as if they would completely shatter at any moment. Father can still beat him. In front of grandfather, he is just a little bug that can be crushed at any time. There is still the Great Elder, and there are also experts in the Great Zhou dynasty. And Mother. That's right, there's also Mother. This time, Mother was caught unprepared by him. I didn't expect his supernatural powers to be so strong. That's why I lost the initiative a few times. The next time Mother is prepared, the situation today will not be the same. Xiao Huayang shook her head in a daze. It took her a lot of effort to regain her composure, but there was blood flowing out of her orifices. But no matter what, I can't see any hope of beating him, unless his cultivation remains stagnant at the late stage of yuanying, and I can reach the Essence Soul realm and return to the Emptiness realm. But how is that possible, looking at the dazed Xiao Huayang? The other East Heaven Gate cultivators secretly shook their heads and looked away. At this time, whether it was a mocking, or comforting gaze, it could cause this young genius of the East Heaven Gate to completely lose control. It was hard to predict what would happen if that happened. However, thinking that their Essence Soul realm expert, Xiao Qingcheng, had lost to the late stage of yuanying Zhu Yi, they were also shocked and in disbelief. The East Heaven Gate cultivators felt as if a corner of the world in front of them had collapsed. The battle just now had completely overturned their common sense and understanding of the Tao world. Apart from the East Heaven Gate cultivators who were standing in the desolate wind, even the cultivators who flew with Sword Venerable Tidehark and Tao Master Chang Lu had not calmed down yet. Today's battle was destined to take them a long time to digest. It was destined to shock the entire Divine Land, and even Infinite Region would be affected, whether it was a coincidence or a combination of many factors. How many years had it been since a yuanying cultivator had defeated an Essence Soul realm expert in the great Tianyuan world? As long as they thought of this, the spectators felt their hearts tremble and could not calm down. After these years of journeying, the entire heaven primal world, not only the human cultivation world of the divine continent, even a portion of the demon race in the vast heaven wasteland continent that are not cut off from information towards the monstrous and nature-defying talents of Lin Feng's direct disciples. especially towards the strength of Xiao Yin, Zhu Yi, Wang Lin, and Shi Tianhao. They all hold an attitude of approval, publicly acknowledging that each and every one of them can be called the proud sons of heaven. Yet, these geniuses coexisted in the same era and gathered under Lin Feng's tutelage. It could be said to be a rare anomaly throughout history. Originally, East Heaven Gate no longer hid its tracks, and the reappearance of the Heaven Gate legacy would be a major event that would attract the attention of the entire great Tianyuan world. However, no one would have thought that the final achievement would be the fame of Lin Feng and his disciple, as well as Xianmen Tianzong. It was really a good stepping stone. To be fair, Xiao Qingchun was not weak. With the Yang Sky Lantern in hand, her actual combat strength could be said to be outstanding among first-tier essence soul realm cultivators. No matter where they stood, Sword Venerable Tidehark, Dao, Master Changle, Crimson Thunder Dragon King, and Devouring Sun Great Sage had to admit that they might not be Xiao Qingchun's match. However, such a powerful essence soul realm cultivator had been defeated by a late-stage Yuanian cultivator, Zhu Yi. This made their hearts heavy. On the contrary, Zhu Yi did not care much about it. It was rare for the heavenly laws embodiment technique to suppress the essence soul. Most of them were coincidences that could not be replicated, and it had not been seen in recent years. That was why essence soul realm experts like Sword Venerable Tidehark could not help but sigh. The group of cultivators below the essence soul realm were even more shocked. However, Zhu Yi only felt that he had vented his anger and felt comfortable. He did not feel proud at all. This was because his master, Lin Feng, had just performed it once a few days ago. Li Yuanfang, Jie Yu, and White Light all expressed admiration and congratulated Zhu Yi, but they were not as shocked as the others. Master, those people have been following behind us. Li Yuanfang looked back, and Lin Feng smiled. Let them follow us. Don't worry about it. The Greenly Jade set is only a clue to Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. It doesn't mean that Yingzhou Immortal Mountain will be in our hands after we obtain the Greenly Jade set. If it was so easy to obtain Yingzhou Immortal Mountain, Dao Venerable Jin Luan would not have left the Greenly Jade set on Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Lin Feng smiled. On the other hand, we can take a look at Xiaoyi's spoils of war. They are quite bountiful. As he spoke, he took out the Blood River painting. The painting unfolded, and a black robe appeared from within, trying to break free from the Blood River true water. Zhu Yi said, the defense of this robe is quite good. When I was in the middle stage of Yuanying, without the help of the holy ancient robe, the golden bridge formed by the saint's chapter might not be able to break through its defense. Also, I can feel that this robe is not just a treasure for protection. It has other uses. Lin Feng smiled and said, that's natural. This treasure is called the Serene Sky Robe, speaking of which, it's quite famous. Zhu Yi and Li Yuanfang came to a realization. This is one of the 9 treasures of the heavenly gates, the Serene Sky Robe. According to the legends, when the Elysium was at its peak, there were other powerful magic treasures besides the Great Wheel of Heavenly Fortune, which was a magic treasure of creation. Among them, the top 9 magic treasures were known as the 9 treasures of the Elysium, also known as the 9 heavenly treasures. Central Heavenly Jade, a Mahayana-level treasure. Eastern Sangtian Daojian, a Mahayana-level treasure. Northeastern Sky Min Flag, a transformation-level treasure. Northern Black Sky Seal, a Mahayana-level treasure. Northwestern Serene Sky Robe, a transformation-level treasure. Western Heavenly Jade Needle, a Mahayana-level treasure. Southwestern Vermilion Pagoda, a transformation-level treasure. Southern Flaming Sky Divine Cauldron, a Mahayana-level treasure. Southeastern Yang Sky Lantern, a transformation-level treasure. However, with the destruction of the heavenly gates and the fall of many experts, a large number of treasures in the heavenly gates were also destroyed. They were annihilated along with the heavenly gates in the river of time and were gradually forgotten by people. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The heavenly jade in the hands of Taishu temples, Yan Mingyue was the top of the 9 treasures of the heavenly gates, a peak Mahayana-level treasure. In the absence of the 9 heavens sword, it was known as the number 1 treasure below the great heavenly wheel. However, it was heavily damaged during the war that overthrew and deposed the ruthless emperor. I heard that it fell to the transformation level. In the end, no one knows how it ended up in the hands of Taishu Temple." He gently flicked the black robe with his finger. "If I remember correctly, the northwestern serene sky robe was completely destroyed back then. The treasure itself was annihilated along with its original spirit. Therefore, this serene sky robe should be a replica made by an essence soul cultivator in the eastern heavenly gate according to the ancient method. In fact, it can't be called the real serene sky robe, but it's still a good treasure." A muffled groan came from the serene sky robe. It was the voice that had conversed with Ind Songchen back then. Listening carefully now, it was the voice of a young child. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi and laughed softly. On the other hand, Xiaoyi lost Xiao Qingqing's southeastern young sky lantern, which was one of the real 9 treasures of the heavenly gates back then. However, it was also damaged back then and fell from the transformation level to the spirit nurturing level. Both the serene sky robe and the yang sky lantern are your spoils of war, Xiaoyi. Zhu Yi smiled and asked, "Master, can the Li Qing jade set help us find Yingzhou Immortal Mountain?" Lin Feng pointed at the Blood River painting, and the Li Qing jade set immediately flew out. Chapter 754. The Qing Li jade set flew out of the Blood River painting. Facing Lin Feng, who had a faint smile on his face, the Qing Li jade set vibrated slightly, and a clear middle-aged man's voice came from it. "Your master and disciple have great cultivation. It's rare to see someone in the late Yuanying stage able to defeat an essence soul adept in magic power." Lin Feng said lightly, "I'm Lin Feng, the master of Xianmen. I'm here for the 3 mountains of Yinghai. My name is Qing Like, and I'm the original spirit of this Qing Li Jade set." A voice came from the Qing Li Jade set. "You're looking for Yingzhou Deity Mountain, and I'm willing to help you. I only hope that if you can control the Deity Mountain, you can make me stay there." Slowly, Qing Like said, "To be honest, there's an immortal spring on Yingzhou Deity Mountain, and the spring water tastes like fine wine. I've been nourishing myself in the spring water for 1,000 years, and I'm only 1 step away from advancing to the transformation realm. Regrettably, I left the mountain, and I hope that you can help me." Zhu Yi, Li Yuan Feng, Jie Yu, White Light, and the others looked at each other, and they could see the brilliance in each other's eyes. "Oh, there's such an immortal spring on Yingzhou Deity Mountain. Without its master's nourishment, a spirit-nurturing realm artifact could cultivate on its own, but the speed was extremely slow. If one wanted to advance to the transformation realm on their own, it would take a very long time without a great opportunity. Not to mention 1,000 years, there might not even be a hope in 10,000 years." Lin Feng asked, "How can you help me find Yingzhou Deity Mountain?" Qing Like answered, "I've been nourished in the immortal spring on the mountain for 1,000 years. Although I've left the mountain for a long time, I can still use a method to return to the origin and guide the way. Although I can't say that I can definitely determine the exact location, I can still give you a general direction." After a short pause, he said, "My original master, Tao Master Jin Luan, cultivated the Golden Peak returning to origin technique, which proves the immortality of metal and the return of all things to their origin. He used this technique to cultivate me, and I followed him to cultivate this technique. The magical power of the Li Qing Jade Table was able to return all things to their origin. When the magical power spread out, depending on the strength of the opponent's attack, it would erase them to different degrees, turning them into primordial spiritual energy. This treasure could also partially restore damage caused by other forces. Whether it could be successfully restored and how much it could be restored depended on the specific situation. However, it could not be used on living things. At the same time, any person or object that this treasure came into contact with would more or less leave behind traces. During the Middle Ages, Tao Venerable Jin Yuan had his own dermic powers and the special effects of the green Li Jade. Although he was only a first-tier primordial soul realm cultivator, he was very popular in the divine land. There were often people who came to him for help. They would either ask him to help them repair items or ask him to help them find people or things. Tao Master Jin Yuan intended to enter the Ying Sea to search for the three mountains precisely because of his confidence in his Taoist skills and divine sense. Unfortunately, he still died in the Ying Sea, and the Tao orthodoxy he passed down, Golden Mountain Temple, finally declined. At that time, many forces in the divine land wanted to obtain Tao Master Jin Yuan's Golden Summit return to origin technique. However, in the end, they fought for it, causing the technique to be completely destroyed and lost, never to exist again. Qing said, "Your Excellency's clone has such powerful strength, so I believe that your original body is even more extraordinary. I'm willing to refine it for you. I only hope that you can help me advance to the transformation realm." Lin Feng said lightly, "If you're sincerely willing to become my disciple, I'll naturally accept you." Qing immediately answered, "Of course I'm sincere. Tell me about the situation of Ying Zhou Fairy Mountain first." Lin Feng said, "I have plenty of time, so you can speak in as much detail as possible. Don't leave out anything. Also, tell me clearly about the death of Tao Venerable Jin Yuan. Ying Zhou Fairy Mountain has a circumference of 2,000 miles. There are divine Ganoderma and immortal grass growing on it. At the foot of the mountain, there is a fairy spring that tastes like wine and tastes sweet. It's the Jade Spring that I used to live in. The entire fairy mountain is filled with huge and complicated formations. The formations don't seem to be man-made, but an ancient formation that was naturally formed by the great Tao of heaven and earth activating the fairy mountain's spiritual qi. It's extremely complicated, and it's very similar to the Ying Sea's illusion. It's extremely strange." Qing spoke tirelessly. Lin Feng and the others listened very carefully, especially when it came to the ancient formation that was created by the great Tao of heaven and earth and was born along with the fairy mountain. They were especially clear about it. After all, according to Qing, Tao Venerable Jin Yuan had died in this ancient formation. Later on, Qing Liu himself was also trapped in the formation and was trapped for tens of thousands of years. It was only when the fairy mountain appeared several times and was attacked by other cultivators that the formation became weaker and weaker. Only then did Qing Liu seize the opportunity to escape and shift his position. As a result, he plunged into the Jade Spring and was nourished by the spring water. However, after 1,000 years, something happened to the fairy mountain again. Qing Liu left the spring water and fell from the fairy mountain. This fall made Qing Liu miserable. Not only did he leave Ying Zhou Fairy Mountain, but he was also injured. He could only helplessly lay dormant for thousands of years. It was only recently that he gradually recovered and reappeared. Qing could not forget the Jade Spring on Ying Zhou Fairy Mountain and wanted to return. However, he was trapped by an illusion on a small island in the northeast of the Ying Sea. Not only was he unable to move freely, but his whereabouts were also exposed, causing Xiao Qingcheng, the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King, Dao Venerable Changlu, and the others to come looking for him. Lin Feng nodded and suddenly smiled. He looked at Li Yuanfang and asked, "Yuanfang, what do you think?" "Master, it's not Yuanfang. It's Yuanfang." Li Yuanfang answered almost naturally. According to Senior Qing-like's description, the Yingzhou Fairy Mountain has been continuously explored and attacked by generations of experts. The ancient formation on it has become weaker and weaker. Senior Qing-like has left Yingzhou Fairy Mountain for thousands of years, so the specific situation is still uncertain. Li Yuanfang chose his words carefully. He would not easily speak in a speculative tone. It was very difficult to hear words like afraid, possibly, and perhaps from his words. But there's one thing we can be sure of. Li Yuanfang suddenly changed the topic. If the ancient formation on the island is indeed not man-made, but was born together with Yingzhou Fairy Mountain, then the changes in the ancient formation will definitely cause changes to Yingzhou Fairy Mountain itself. He paused for a moment before slowly saying, "The formation is getting weaker and weaker, which corresponds to the power of the Fairy Mountain itself. It should be going to the other extreme, which is becoming stronger and stronger." Zhu Yi also nodded and said, "I agree with Sixth Junior Brother's words. However, this kind of strengthening might not only be reflected in the concept of power of the Fairy Mountain. It's possible that the spirit herbs on the Fairy Mountain are becoming more and more luxuriant. It's also possible that the effect of Senior Qing, like Jade Spring, is getting better and better. The Jade Spring's great effect in nourishing the magic treasure's primordial spirit is probably related to the changes on the Fairy Mountain." Li Yuanfang also nodded in agreement. Lin Feng smiled faintly. "It's also possible that new changes will be born. It's not impossible for the Fairy Mountain to develop intelligence." Zhu Yi and the others looked pensive when they heard that. Even Qing, like Jade Set, was slightly silent, and the fluctuations of his consciousness indicated that he was thinking. "When we get to the island and face the ancient formation, we might need to borrow your experience," Lin Feng said to Qing-like. Qing-like immediately agreed and let Lin Feng refine it. Then Lin Feng activated Qing-like's Jade Set, which shone with a bright golden light. The golden light gradually condensed into an illusion of light and shadow in the void. In the illusion of light and shadow, a huge fairy mountain with a circumference of thousands of miles loomed. Although it was not as large as Fangzhang Fairy Mountain, the huge pressure it exuded was not inferior at all. The illusion of golden light suddenly shattered and turned into specks of light. However, these specks of light did not dissipate. Instead, they faintly turned into a golden line in the sky, as if passing through the endless void with no end in sight. When Lin Feng and the others saw this, they secretly nodded. Qing-like's Jade Set was indeed an important key to finding Yingzhou Fairy Mountain. Dao Master Changle and the others who were quietly following behind Lin Feng also became excited and secretly encouraged themselves. However, they quickly came to their senses and could not help but look slightly bitter. Sure enough, Lin Feng stopped in front and turned to look at them with a faint smile on his face. Dao Master Changle, Tide Listening Sword Master, Red Thunder Dragon King, and Sun Devouring Saint also stopped with their respective subordinates and looked at Lin Feng with a bitter smile. Finding Fairy Mountain doesn't mean that you can really control it. Having more clues and more choices is always good. Lin Feng said lightly, "I can allow you to accompany me, but you need to exchange clues and information of equal value." Dao Master Changle and the others looked at each other and thought at the same time, the master of Xianmen has a big appetite. Not to mention the gathering of heroes in Yinghai. No one dared to say that they could come out on top. Even if the Fairy Mountain was placed in front of them, it was still unknown whether they could break the restriction of the fairy mountain with their own strength. At this time, obtaining reliable information about a fairy mountain and attacking it with all their strength would obviously have the greatest hope. If they were greedy, in the end, they might end up with nothing, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Although it was said that one would be able to completely control the Ing Sea by controlling the three mountains, everyone was eyeing them covetously and showing their abilities. It was extremely difficult to monopolize the three mountains, apart from the Great Zhou Empire, which had already obtained the Fangzhong Immortal Mountain. The others had very little hope. Even the Great Zhou dynasty had become the target of public criticism. It was also difficult, and they might have to lower their expectations. However, looking at the indifferent Lin Feng, Dao Master Changle, and the others did not have the courage to question him. After everyone thought for a moment, Tide Listening Sword Master made a prompt decision and said, "In the southern area of Yinghai, someone saw traces of Mount Penglai. His Majesty Emperor Zhou, Emperor Qin Shiyu, and our sect master all rushed there after receiving the news." On the other side, Dao Master Changle was a little slower and submitted the same information. After Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, Dao Master Changle suddenly had the urge to kick Tide Listening Sword Master to death. In the southern area of Yinghai, Fangzhong Fairy Mountain, which has fallen into the hands of the Great Zhou dynasty, has also appeared. Dao Master Changle took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, using his spiritual power, "Oh." Lin Feng's eyes flashed slightly, and thoughts turned in his mind. For a moment, he thought of many things. At this time, the Red Thunder Dragon King said, "Although I have not found any clues about the three fairy mountains, I know a thing or two about breaking the restriction of Mount Penglai. I wonder if the master of the celestial sect is interested." Lin Feng looked at him. "Oh, tell me." The Scarlet Thunder Dragon King said slowly, "As everyone knows, there is an independent sea surrounding the Penglai Immortal Mountain. The waves are hundreds of meters wide, and they protect the Penglai Immortal Mountain. They move along with the Immortal Mountain and are the greatest obstacle to obtaining the Immortal Mountain. This king knows of a way to break through this sea." Chapter 755. After many years of exploration by generations of experts, the mysterious veil that shrouded the three mountains of Ingoshan had gradually faded. They were just waiting for the fated person to find them and think of a way to officially control them. Mount Penglai, one of the three mountains, had an independent sea area outside the mountain. The sea water was dark, and it was called the Deep Sea. There was no wind, but the waves were 1,000 feet high. It moved with Mount Penglai and protected it. This dark sea was different from the netherworld sea of the seven seas of heaven essence. It was called the Dark Sea. The Dark Sea was high and deep in the sky. The so-called Dark Sea was actually a spatial ocean similar to the void battlefield. It was vast and distant. Under the protection of the Dark Sea, people who wanted to approach Mount Penglai could only lament their inadequacy and feel that it was so close yet so far away. If essence soul cultivators wanted to forcibly cross the Dark Sea, they would be strangely suppressed by the entire alternate space of Ingoshan. Even third-tier essence soul integration realm experts would find it difficult to break through. Apart from Mount Penglai, it was the same for Yingzhou Mountain and Fangzhong Mountain. Ingoshan's three mountains each had mystical restrictions protecting them. However, just like how Fangzhong Mountain had fallen into the hands of the Great Zhou dynasty, the ancient array formation on Yingzhou Mountain had also gradually weakened. Someone had also found a way to crack Mount Penglai's protective restriction. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The power of the masses was great. Ocean Kingdom was like a high-difficulty game with layers upon layers of checkpoints, causing countless hardcore players to vomit blood and return in low spirits. However, There were even more players pouring in, using their own intelligence and ability to challenge this difficult problem that nature had designed. Generation after generation of powerhouses advanced one after another and finally solved the hell difficulty checkpoints. With the help of the experience of the predecessors, Inghai, a highly difficult game, was about to welcome the day when the game was finally cleared and the game would explode. In all fairness, even if the 3 mountains failed to be conquered and controlled by someone this time, the next time, the next time, and the next time after that would probably be about the same. However, it was hard to say who would be the one laughing in the end. Lin Feng looked at the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King and said, "If your method is feasible, I'll allow you to come along." After all, they had to find the Penglai deity mountain first before they could talk about breaking through the outer Black Sea. The Scarlet Thunder Dragon King smiled. In reality, this method was personally tested by my clan's Purple Sea Dragon King several thousand years ago. It has been proven to be feasible, but at that time, the Yuhuang Celestial Sea suddenly arrived, causing the Violet Sea Dragon King to miss the opportunity to obtain the Penglai Immortal Mountain. The restrictions of the Nightmare Sea were restored, and the Penglai Immortal Mountain also hid in the Nightmare Sea, vanishing without a trace. In the end, he failed on the verge of success. The Scarlet Thunder Dragon King snorted lightly. Yuhuang can be considered harming others without benefiting herself. Lin Feng's heart stirred slightly, but he didn't reveal anything on his face. He only nodded and waited for the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King to continue. The Scarlet Thunder Dragon King said, "I believe that Xianmen sect master should know that in the Ying Sea, there are demons called void spirits. They specialize in tricking people who enter the Ying Sea into an illusion to kill them. They grow stronger with the essence qi of the dead." Lin Feng nodded. He had encountered such vicious demons before and even killed a few of them. The void spirits can freely enter and exit the illusory void of the Ying Sea. They can even swim in the Nightmare Sea at the periphery of the Penglai Immortal Mountain. After the Violet Sea Dragon King discovered this, he extracted the blood of thousands of void spirits and used a secret ritual to refine it. As expected, he succeeded in breaking through the Nightmare Sea in a short period of time and opened up a way out. After listening to the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King, Lin Feng pondered for a moment. After confirming that the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King's words were reasonable and not fabricated, he immediately said, "Very well, this seat will allow you to follow us." Although the Devouring Sun Great Sage didn't know what the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King, Sword Venerable Tide Hark, and Dao Venerable Changle had said to Lin Feng, they were communicating via voice transmission. They didn't intentionally conceal the fluctuations of their magic energy. Seeing the satisfied expressions on the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King's faces, he knew that they had provided sufficient information to Lin Feng. The Devouring Sun Great Sage was a little hesitant. He had also obtained some valuable information from the Golden Rock Great Sage, but after thinking about it, he didn't know if it was worth exchanging it with Lin Feng. Looking at the golden light emitted by the Li Qing Jade, table pointing to the distant horizon, the Devouring Sun Great Sage gritted his teeth and sent a voice transmission to Lin Feng. Although the Great Zhou dynasty has obtained Mount Fangzhang, it may not be in the bag. The dragon shadows floating above Mount Fangzhang were created when a large number of dragons entered the Ying Sea in ancient times and attacked Mount Fangzhang. However, they eventually fell, and this change appeared on Mount Fangzhang. It was also this wave of impact that greatly weakened the original defense of Mount Fangzhang. These dragon shadows became Mount Fangzhang's new magical restriction, and their power is naturally extraordinary. However, because they are new, they actually left a gap in the overall defense of Mount Fangzhang. The Great Zhou dynasty must have started with this and thought of a way to finally break the restriction and obtain the Mount Fangzhang. The devouring sun great sage said in a low voice. According to the information that sect Master Lin sent out before, this dragon shadow restriction is still active, and it doesn't seem to be any different from before. Then it's very likely that the Great Zhou dynasty still hasn't had the time to make up for this oversight. To successfully refine the new mana restriction and the original restriction into one is not a simple matter. Emperor of Zhou Liangpan and the Marquis of Xuanji, Xu Hongwu, don't have that much time. Just relying on Liangpan's clone at the first layer of the primordial spirit realm to refine it will be an incomparably difficult and long matter. After hearing this, Lin Feng pondered for a while. He had personally collided with Mount Fengzong that Liangpan's clone controlled. After carefully thinking about it, he gradually had some understanding in his heart. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, looking at the Scarlet Thunder Dragon King, devouring Sun Great Sage, Sword Venerable Heating Tide, and Tao Venerable Changlu. He said, "I'll be leaving now. Everyone please do as you please." After saying this, he brought Zhu Yi and the others along with him and flew away in the direction pointed by the golden light. Tao Venerable Changlu and the others looked at each other, bitterly smiling as they shook their heads. Lin Feng's action was equivalent to selling one piece of information to 4 people. 1 for 4, this transaction was really profitable. To be able to achieve such an effect, other than Lin Feng's strength being there and making it hard for others to work together, it is also related to the green Li Jade set in Lin Feng's hands. Through the green Li Jade set, Lin Feng has the most detailed, reliable, and valuable clues to find the Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Therefore, even though Tao Venerable Changlu and the others knew that Lin Feng was repeatedly selling information, they were still willing to use the clues in their hands to exchange for it. Therefore, although they bitterly smiled, everyone hurriedly followed. Lin Feng only allowed them to follow. He wouldn't take the initiative to point the way or wait for them. If anyone got lost, that would really be crying. Looking at Tao Venerable Changlu and the others who followed behind, Li Yuanfeng looked at Lin Feng, but he didn't mind them following. Instead, he asked, "Master, should we focus on finding Yingzhou Immortal Mountain first?" From Li Yuanfeng's point of view, it was better to concentrate on doing one thing first. Lin Feng smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." Only Lin Feng knew that he still had a hidden card in his hand. When collecting immortal mountains, obtaining it would have a miraculous effect, and that was the Daluo golden bead. Therefore, it was very important for Lin Feng to collect as much information as possible and strive to find each immortal mountain first. Zhu Yi and Li Yuanfeng looked at each other and nodded, no longer asking anything. Since Lin Feng already had a plan, they naturally trusted Lin Feng's judgment. While hurrying along, Lin Feng also passed the news to Xiao Yan and the others. Although it was still difficult to communicate in the same Yingzhou Immortal Sea without the barrier of the domain power, they were not completely isolated. Xiao Yan and the others also happened to be in the northeast of Yingzhou Immortal Sea, so after Lin Feng roughly determined the location through Qingli Jade, he informed Xiao Yan and the others to also rush to Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. At the same time, Lin Feng also began to help Zhu Yi refine the Yang Sky Lantern and the Serene Sky Magic Robe that he had just obtained. The difficulty of restraining and suppressing Dharma treasures was different from completely refining them. If the Dharma treasures were willing to be refined, it meant that they were completely subdued. The Serene Sky Magic Robe was still fine. It was a little intimidated by Lin Feng and Zhu Yi's strong methods. As a new Dharma treasure, it was still very inexperienced. But the Yang Sky Lantern was different. Xiao Qingqing's Yang Sky Lantern was a Dharma treasure passed down from ancient times. Back then, it had strength at the peak of the incarnation level. After being severely damaged, it had fallen to the spirit-nurturing level. It was very knowledgeable and was a heavenly gate's treasure back then. Its mentality was naturally different from the newly refined serene sky magic robe. Even in the face of the true blood river water that could contaminate its primordial spirit, the Yang Sky Lantern would not yield. Yang Sky Lantern, you were also a proud person back then. You followed the heavenly gates to conquer the world and suppress the tyrannical emperor. Zhu Yi shouted, "You are a Dharma treasure with intelligence. You can clearly see what is happening around you and can think. The great Zhou dynasty wants to restore the atmosphere of the ancient human emperor. But both you and I know that the era of the human emperor has already become a thing of the past and has been abandoned by the tide of history. The Heavenly Gates was the first sacred sect to stand out and officially depose the rule of the human emperor. They dared to be the first in the world. But today, the Eastern Heavenly Gates that you reside in wants to help the era of the human emperor return, trying in vain to reverse the tide of history. This goes against the general trend of humanity. How can you be called the orthodox Heavenly Gates? They are just some scoundrels who have stolen the Tao techniques of the Heavenly Gates. They only learn the Tao techniques, but not the spirit. They go against the true ancient Heavenly Gates. Are you really willing to be in cahoots with them?" The Yang Sky Lantern suddenly fell silent. The crimson light that flickered with golden light kept swaying. Zhu Yi's tone softened slightly. He continued, "I see that your current state is probably not much different from when you were damaged back then. It is obvious that the people of the Eastern Heavenly Gates did not put in the effort to help you recover. At least, they did not put in their best effort. Is it also because you are not of the same mind as them, or because you have doubts?" The crimson light of the Yang Sky Lantern shook violently, but it still did not make a sound. Zhu Yi said emotionally, "If you trust me, I am willing to help you recover. You have your own intelligence and thoughts. You can take your time to observe. However, I have to say something. A sect like the Eastern Heavenly Gates that only knows the Tao techniques but has a completely different spirit cannot represent the inheritance of the Heavenly Gates. It is not easy for me to make a presumptuous judgment on whether the Heavenly Gates will be revived one day. But at the very least, the Eastern Heavenly Gates are just scoundrels who are continuously ruining the reputation of the Heavenly Gates." Lin Feng saw that the attitude of the Yang Sky Lantern was becoming softer. He then looked at Zhu Yi and could not help but shake his head and laugh. "TSK, TSK, Xiaoyi has the momentum of surpassing her master. Her mouth is unparalleled." After Lin Feng smiled, his heart suddenly moved slightly. It came from the faraway Yujing Mountain. "Oh, my main body has finally finished. In that case, my main body can also move over to Yingxi." Chapter 756. In the void above Kunlun Mountain, Lin Feng's main body sat cross-legged at the top of the mysterious sky treasure tree on the peak of Jade Capital Mountain. He looked at the floating light spots in front of him and smiled. Although the Yingxi's 3 mountains arrived a year earlier than expected, it doesn't matter. He stood up, and Jade Capital Mountain shook as well. It began to shift in the void towards the East Sea. In the Yingxi, Lin Feng's Iron Tree avatar led Zhu Yi and the rest to search for Yingzhou Immortal Mountain according to the directions given by Qingli Jade Tables. While hurrying along, Lin Feng and Zhu Yi were also interrogating the captives they had captured. No matter if it was the Serene Sky Mage Robe or his previous master Yin Sangchen, they were unable to hide anything in front of Lin Feng and Zhu Yi. They could only spill everything they knew in full detail. Although he did not use the Yellow Spring's true water to refine the Netherworld puppet, nor did he have the mysterious sky god sealing flag, Lin Feng still had a way to make them speak the truth. "From what I know, When the heavenly gates was destroyed back then, most of the 9 treasures of the heavenly gates were destroyed, other than the East Sangtian Dao Jian and the Southwest Vermilion Heaven Pagoda. The rest were all severely damaged. Lin Feng asked, the Northeast Sky Banner, the Northwest Serene Sky Robe, the West Dark Sky Jade Needle, and the South Blazing Sky Divine Cauldron were all completely destroyed. I wonder how many of them your East Heavenly Gate has collected, being imprisoned by Zhu Yi's light and darkness mandala world barrier. Yin Sangchen was very sensible. He knew that if he did not tell the truth, he would immediately die from the world's destruction simulated by the barrier's collapse. In fact, he was not a frivolous person. He deliberately made up Meng Bingyun to provoke Zhu Yi, so that Zhu Yi would stop and attack him. This way, as long as he could defend against Zhu Yi's attack, Xiao Qingcheng and the rest could catch up. By then, Zhu Yi would definitely not be able to escape. However, he did not expect that Lin Feng had already arrived, and Zhu Yi's strength was far beyond his imagination. In the end, he could only end in tragedy. I have to preserve my life to find a chance to escape. Only after I escape can I talk about revenge or anything else. After thinking calmly, Yin Sangchen answered honestly, our sect now has the North Black Heaven Seal, the Southwest Vermilion Heaven Pagoda, and he glanced at Zhu Yi and the Southeast Yang Sky Lantern. Aside from that, the Western Sky Blue Needle of Emerald Light was not completely destroyed. Instead, the treasure's origin spirit was destroyed, leaving behind only an empty shell. It fell into the hands of our sect, and after being refined and repaired, its origin spirit was reborn. It is now at the spirit nurturing stage. The Northwest Serene Sky Magic Robe and South Blazing Sky Divine Cauldron were indeed completely destroyed. Our seniors reforged them according to the ancient method and obtained 2 spirit-nurturing level magic treasures. Among them, the Serene Sky Magic Robe is my protective treasure. At this point, Yin Sangchen felt like vomiting blood. He was a rising talent that East Heaven Gate highly valued, which was why he was only at late-stage Yuanian cultivation level. This time, the sect bestowed him a magic treasure to protect him when he came to Ing Ocean. Although it was not as ancient as Xiao Qingcheng's Yang Sky Lantern, it was still quite extraordinary. Logically speaking, given his cultivation level and the Serene Sky Magic Robe, even if he could not defeat some Essence Soul cultivators, he had a chance of escaping. Who would have thought that he would encounter the combination of Zhu Yi and the Supreme Saint Ancient Robe? His defense was broken in one move, and he was captured. Even the Serene Sky Magic Robe fell into their hands. Lin Feng nodded. Oh, the Red Sky Pagoda is also in your hands. Yin Sangchen answered. That's right, our sect uses it as a grotto heaven. The Red Sky Pagoda was a magic treasure at the peak of the transformation grade in the past. Like the hidden dragon kettle and the immortal emperor flag, it had a grotto heaven inside and had the ability to absorb stars and change moons. It was rather magical, and at the same time, it was also one of the few magic treasures among the 9 treasures of the Heavenly Gate that had not been destroyed. If the Heavenly Gate had not been destroyed during the last years of the ancient times and continued to exist until today, this magic treasure would have a high chance of advancing to the Mahayana grade. However, what made Lin Feng and Zhu Yi slightly concerned was that this treasure also had the ability to hide in the void, and it was very difficult for outsiders to discover traces of it. Because of this, East Heaven Gate treated this treasure as a supreme treasure after obtaining it, and used it as their lair. For so many years, East Heaven Gate had kept a low profile, and there was very little news about it. This was also thanks to this treasure. To a certain extent, East Heaven Gate, using the Red Sky Pagoda as their blessed land, was similar to Lin Feng's Yujing Mountain, It was just that the Red Sky Pagoda was not as powerful as Yujing Mountain, and it could not move freely in the void, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Wherever the Red Sky Pagoda hid in the void, it would basically still be in the same place when it appeared again. The Black Sky Seal is controlled by my master, who is also our sect master, Dao Venerate Shao Dongtian. It is now my master's magic treasure. Yin Sanchen continued. However, the Black Sky Seal was also heavily injured back then, and it fell from the Mahayana grade to the transformation grade. A considerable part of our sect's energy was used to repair this magic treasure, but the damage was too heavy back then, so until now, it has not been able to recover to the Mahayana grade. Zhu Yi and Li Yuanfang looked at each other and shook their heads. Jie Yu and Bai Guang, the husband and wife from the Taishu Temple's dragon pool, also sighed endlessly, excluding the creation magic treasure great, heavenly wheel that suppressed the heavens, and excluding the 9 heaven sword that only existed in the plan. The heavenly gate back then had 5 magic treasures of the Mahayana grade: the heavenly jade, the Tsangtian Dao Jian, the Black Sky Seal, the heavenly jade needle, and the flaming sky divine cauldron. Putting aside the number of mighty cultivators in the heavenly gate, just these 5 magic treasures of the Mahayana grade were actually equivalent to 5 primordial spirit, 3rd tier Dao integration realm experts. Back then, the ancient heavenly gate, which was at its peak, was truly a colossus and super sacred land that could challenge the Taishu Temple of the same era. Lin Feng asked another question. Did you refine the flaming sky divine cauldron again? How is its effect compared to the ancient flaming sky divine cauldron? Although the heavenly jade was the leader of the 9 treasures of the heavenly gate and was known as the number 1 treasure of the heavenly gate below the great heavenly wheel, in Lin Feng's opinion, the heavenly jade's value was not comparable to the flaming sky divine cauldron. In different positions, one would naturally see things from different angles. If people like Lin Feng, Yan Nanlai, Xian Longsheng, Liang Pan, and Shuryu were to evaluate it, the flaming sky divine cauldron was the number 1 treasure of the 9 treasures of the ancient heavenly gate. From a certain perspective, it could even be said that the flaming sky divine cauldron was an important treasure of the same value as the great heavenly wheel. Together, they created the short but glorious peak of the ancient heavenly gate. If the heavenly gate had not been destroyed in the ancient era, the heavenly gate would have become stronger and stronger. This was because the flaming sky divine cauldron was one of the most powerful magic treasures in the history of the human cultivation world in the divine land. It was second only to Xia Huang's creation magic treasure, Ding of Shenzhou, back when the heavenly gate was at its peak. As long as the supply of raw materials could be guaranteed, the number of elixirs refined by the flaming sky divine cauldron in a single day was an astronomical figure. All kinds of powerful elixirs with different effects were refined and continuously supplied to the heavenly gate disciples for cultivation. A large amount of resources might not be able to accumulate absolute experts, but it could accumulate a large number of middle-level talents. With a large number of talents at this level, the probability of high-level experts appearing would naturally increase as well. Of course, the prerequisite was that the cultivator's state of mind, willpower, and other comprehensive standards had to pass as well. For example, when Wang Lin was at the foundation establishment stage, Lin Feng had used a large amount of resources to forcefully build a first-grade spirit platform. Now, with the support of the cloud forest tree, Xiao Yan, Zhu Yi, and the rest had sufficient spirit qi as support during the process of cultivation. Thus, they could ensure rapid improvement and would not be hindered by hardware conditions. Yin Sangchen said, the reforged flaming sky divine cauldron has the same effect. However, this flaming sky divine cauldron of our sect is only at the spirit nurturing stage and cannot be compared to the magic treasure from the ancient times. After a slight pause, he added, according to the historical records, compared to when the flaming sky divine cauldron was at the spirit nurturing stage. It is also slightly inferior. Zhu Yi said indifferently, even so, it is already extraordinary. Previously, they already knew that there were a total of 4 essence soul experts in the Eastern Heavenly Gate, including Xiao Qingcheng, among them Yin Sangchen's master, who was also Xiao Qingcheng's father. Xiao Dongtian had just reached the essence soul unification stage not long ago. Such strength was already above many sects and forces in the divine land. It must have been difficult for them to endure until today. After keeping the Yang Sky Lantern, the Serene Sky Robe, and Yin Sangchen, the group continued to move forward. Zhu Yi suddenly came to a realization. Oh, right, Master. When we just entered Ing Ocean, Mr. Miao said that he would separate from us and left alone. However, he did not leave behind a voice transmission crystal. 6th junior brother reminded him, but he acted as if he did not hear anything and left. Now that there is news of Ing Zhou Immortal Mountain, we can't contact him either. Lin Feng said, let him be. The thing he is looking for is called the round jade annulus. Legend has it that it is a unique specialty of Ing Zhou Immortal Mountain. Once he receives news of Ing Zhou Immortal Mountain, he will probably look for it himself. If he can't find it, if the few of you are able to ascend the Immortal Mountain, just help him keep an eye out. Zhu Yi and Li Yuanfang nodded upon hearing that. They soon reached the end of the path, guided by Qing Li Jade annulus. However, there was still thick fog in front of them, and they could not see the Immortal Mountain. However, Lin Feng and the others knew that the path guided by Qing Li Jade annulus was not wrong. They could clearly feel that there were more illusions in this area than in other places. At the same time, the power of each illusion was stronger and more secretive. There were countless illusions that could be detected, not to mention those that had not been discovered yet. Different from other people's guesses, Lin Feng had more convincing evidence. His heavenly scarlet golden pearl surged with purple light again. However, the intensity of the flicker this time was the same as when they approached Fangzhang Immortal Mountain. Lin Feng thought, it's not as strong as the first flicker. It seems that we unintentionally approached Penglai Immortal Mountain, which is still in hiding. Yu Huang Heavenly Sea is indeed related to Penglai Immortal Mountain. When we encountered Ing Zhou and Fangzhang, the heavenly scarlet golden pearl also reacted. It should be due to the profound connection between the 3 mountains of Yingxi, which is why the reaction was not as strong as when we encountered Penglai Immortal Mountain. After carefully sensing for a while, Lin Feng revealed a slightly solemn expression. Zhu Yi, who was beside him, also revealed a similar expression. He looked at Lin Feng and said, Master, it seems that this Yingzhou Immortal Mountain is enveloped by an incomparably huge illusion. We need to enter the illusion and break it from the inside before we can truly reach Yingzhou Immortal Mountain. Lin Feng nodded and said, that's right, let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward. Chapter 757. Lin Feng flew up from Jieyu's back and floated in the air. Looking left and right, he smiled and reached out a hand, touching the seemingly empty void in front of him. Very soon, a water ripple-like halo spread out rapidly from Lin Feng's palm towards the surroundings. Following this water ripple-like halo spreading out, a massive ball of light appeared in front of Lin Feng and the rest. This ball of light was extremely massive, looking like a star in close proximity. Lin Feng smiled and said, all right, let's go in. Zhu Yi, Li Yuanfang, Jieyu, and White Light all nodded, following behind Lin Feng, stepping into the ball of light together. This ball of light was an enormous illusionary space. The moment Lin Feng entered, he discovered that Zhu Yi and the rest who were beside him had already disappeared at this moment. All right, let me see what mysteries this illusion of yours has. Lin Feng placed his hands behind his back and strode forward. Before his eyes was a vast expanse of white light, unable to see anything. Lin Feng was not in a hurry either, just slowly walking forward step by step, just like that. Suddenly, the white light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure walking towards Lin Feng head-on. It was Yang Qing, who followed Xiao Yan and the rest. Yang Qing had a deeply worried look. After meeting Lin Feng, he first bowed respectfully towards him, then asked nervously, "Master, if I keep on being like this without any improvement, what should I do?" Lin Feng looked at Yang Qing calmly and stared at him for a long time. When Yang Qing saw the situation, his expression became increasingly uneasy, his gaze revealing a look of guilt and dejection. He lowered his head to avoid Lin Feng's gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. "Is this the reflection of the hidden worries in my heart?" Lin Feng shook his head slightly and chuckled lightly. "This illusion is a little interesting." Lin Feng did not pay attention to Yang Qing in front of him, but raised his head and looked around. "If I am immersed in hidden worries, unable to correct my mentality, unable to firm my path, then I may continue to be trapped inside, and this illusion will begin to mysteriously corrode my divine soul until my divine soul is completely obliterated." Interesting. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Yang Qing again. He saw Yang Qing's dazed look, as if his entire person was about to completely collapse. This is not because Lin Feng was worried that Yang Qing would not improve or that he would look down on his disciple, but because Lin Feng was secretly worried that if Yang Qing was depressed for a long time, he might destroy himself. This is what Lin Feng was worried about. Yang Qing was now about to experience the embarrassment that Wang Lin experienced when he first entered the sect. His senior and junior brothers were all outstanding people, but he was the only one who was ordinary and had even become a hindrance and a disgrace to his master. Wang Lin withstood such pressure, and the clouds parted to see the moon. But if it was Yang Qing who had to bear it, it would be fine if it was a short time, but if it was a long time, it would be hard to say whether he could endure it or not. In fact, although Yang Qing's willpower was not so outstanding and tenacious over the years, it was much better than when he was young. But in Lin Feng's view, if he really fell into the same situation as Wang Lin, at least he was not sure that he would be able to survive. It was because of this hidden worry that Lin Feng was now in this illusion, and the current scene was reflected. "It seems that it is time for me to let you go out and experience a good storm. Under my protection, you can't walk your own path in life." At this moment, Lin Feng did not call himself a master, and he was not even looking at Yang Qing in front of him when he spoke. His gaze went over Yang Qing's shoulder and looked into the distance, as if he was talking to himself. Hearing this, Yang Qing lowered her head and said, "Then, if this disciple dies outside, or experiences a particularly big blow, will he be silent?" This was not what Yang Qing was thinking, but another hidden worry in Lin Feng's heart. Only in this way can you really grow up, become a talent, and live your life to the fullest. This is my responsibility as a master, and not blindly protect a nestling, and in the end, turn an eagle into a pheasant that can't fly high. Falling and psychological collapse are indeed possible, but how many things in the world can be reaped without paying? If you want to succeed, you must have the courage to bear the risk of failure. The only thing you can do is to increase the possibility of success as much as possible, and use various means to increase your chances of success as much as possible. Silently, Lin Feng said, "I will give you the right to choose, but I believe that you will not let me down." At this time, Yang Qing, who was in front of him, raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with a slight smile. "Yes, master." Before his voice fell, his figure had already disappeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was neither sad nor happy, and he continued to move forward. Soon, another person appeared in front of him, but it was Zhu Yi, who had just disappeared not long ago. Zhu Yi's expression was solemn after seeing Lin Feng. He saluted and then opened his mouth to ask, "Master, this disciple feels that you are very biased." "Oh, why do you think so?" Lin Feng asked calmly. Zhu Yi replied very seriously. When third junior brother was cultivating in the qi refining stage and the foundation building stage, you painstakingly looked for all kinds of resources to help third junior brother improve, and you always paid attention to his psychological trend, enlightened him from time to time, and helped him reduce the pressure. The outside world said that third junior brother is an example of you making a mistake, and you have always supported him and protected him. Lin Feng's expression was calm. "Is there anything else?" Zhu Yi went on to say, "Before eldest senior brother formed his nascent soul, you also painstakingly helped him personally draw up the method of combining the 5 kinds of true fire, and also protected him, so that after he successfully formed his nascent soul, his supernatural power and supernatural power were amazing." Lin Feng asked again, "Is there anything else?" Zhu Yi nodded. "Youngest junior brother, perhaps because he was still a child under your tutelage, you almost watched him grow up, raised him up, and raised him into an adult. For youngest junior brother, you are really like a teacher and a father. Even his biological parents and his grandfather did not devote as much effort to him as you did. When youngest junior brother went through the tribulation of chilly wind to make up for the congenital loophole of the 9 apertures golden elixir, the tangible resources and intangible efforts you spent were no less than what third junior brother spent when he was in the foundation establishment realm. Later on, you even withstood the pressure from the world's #1 holy land, Taishu Temple, for youngest junior brother, and supported him to seek justice. At that time in the divine land, who knows how many people secretly criticized you for being crazy and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to make an enemy of the Taishu Temple for a mere young disciple. Zhu Yi looked at Lin Feng seriously. Among the 4 disciples that you valued the most, only I was almost left to my own devices. Apart from the time when I condensed the elixir tripod, when you took me to the vast sea trading conference to seek the light Taoist law, you never gave me any special care." Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi and suddenly laughed. This was also the projection of the hidden worries in Lin Feng's heart. He was worried that Zhu Yi would have a gap between him and his disciple. This was not something to be ashamed of, nor was it a matter of having one's warm face pressed against one's buttocks, but a normal friendship between people. Naturally, one would care about the relationship between the 2 parties, and at the same time worry about all kinds of possible gains and losses. It had nothing to do with the level of one's cultivation, and it had nothing to do with one's temperament and willpower. As long as one's feelings were normal, they would have such thoughts. Lin Feng looked at Zhu Yi and asked with a smile, "Apart from the time when you condensed the elixir tripod, have you encountered anything that particularly needed my help?" Zhu Yi shook his head. "No." Lin Feng smiled and said, "That's it. You have almost done everything to the best of your ability. Why should I still criticize and add fuel to the fire? You are my most worry-free disciple. Apart from doing what a master should do, I will not interfere and cause trouble for you. Think about it. When you have already done everything you should do, there is still someone buzzing in your ear like a fly, constantly saying you should do this, you should do that. Such a person, don't you find it annoying? Do you want to slap him to death?" Zhu Yi nodded. "Of course I want to slap him to death. My ear will be quiet." Lin Feng clapped his hands and said with a smile, "That's right. I don't want to be that kind of person." Then Lin Feng's smile disappeared, and his expression became serious. But when you encounter a very difficult problem in your current situation, like little Yen, little Lin, little Tot, and the others, I will naturally not sit by and do nothing. I will do my best to help you solve it. Lin Feng stared into Zhu Yi's eyes and said slowly, and I believe that little E, you will understand my approach and my thoughts. Zhu Yi's face, which had been serious since he appeared, finally revealed a smile. He nodded and said, Yes, master. Watching Zhu Yi's figure gradually disappear in front of him, Lin Feng could not help but shake his head and laugh. In this illusion, he took the opportunity to sort out some of the deep thoughts in his heart. These hidden worries were actually very small worries. Like subconsciousness, people might subconsciously avoid these things and would not clearly think about these things in their minds. Like little bugs, Lin Feng was deep in the illusion. Instead, with the help of this illusion, he found the little bugs one by one. For cultivation, it was actually a kind of invisible improvement. Then, Lin Feng met other people, all of whom were reflections of the hidden worries in his heart. There was Buddhist monk Dade, who said that the Big Lane Temple was at its peak when it was founded, but after Gautama Buddha and the top 10 disciples, Buddhism declined from generation to generation. How could Xianmen Tianzong avoid following in their footsteps? Lin Feng did not count himself. The first generation of disciples of Xianmen Tianzong was too amazing and almost impossible to replicate, although Lin Feng carefully selected the seeds for the second and third generation. They were still inferior to the first generation. Such a momentum was similar to that of the Big Lane Temple in the past. Xin Qifeng said that in the past, when Taoist reincarnation created the reincarnation doctrine, it had a great momentum, but when Taoist reincarnation accidentally fell, the sect immediately fell apart. Internal strife was endless, and the sect became a plate of loose sand. Now, the Xianmen Sky sect is also tied to Lin Feng. If he falls, what will be the fate of the sect? The disciples under his sect were all amazingly talented, and all of them were children of heaven. Only he could lead them. If he disappeared, the division of Xianmen Tianzong would be inevitable. There was Xian Li who said that the pinnacle of the heaven-punishing sword was to kill everything, including the heaven-punishing sword itself. Naturally, it also included its owner, Lin Feng. These hidden worries, Lin Feng faced them one by one. He was calm and firm in his beliefs. Looking at it, it is from small to big, from shallow to deep, from light to heavy. In the end, it is almost no longer a hidden worry. Many of them are problems that I seriously think about daily. As Lin Feng thought about it, he saw another figure appear in front of him. The current head of Taishu Temple, Yan Nanlai. Chapter 758. The first thing that appeared in front of Lin Feng was a white cloud. The cloud trembled slightly, then parted to the sides, revealing a human figure. He had a head of long black hair, but his temples were as white as snow. From his appearance, he looked to be in his 20s or 30s. He was the current head of Taishu Temple, Yan Nanlai. He was situated in the middle of the white cloud, and two streams of air, one black and one white, continuously revolved around him. Lin Feng looked at Yan Nanlai. The two of them stared at each other in silence, neither of them saying a word. Although they did not converse like before, when the projection appeared, Lin Feng was very clear in his heart what the appearance of Yan Nanlai's projection represented. He wanted to be the number one ancestor in history, to establish the number one sect in history. There was a huge mountain that he could never avoid, and that was the most powerful sect in the history of the divine land, Taishu Temple. Because Taishu Temple's internal conservative faction was in power, they determined that Taishu Temple would avoid the world and keep a low profile. Even though they were used to using the world as a chess piece and were not aloof from worldly affairs, there were still many people who intentionally or unintentionally overlooked the strength of the human race's number one holy land. At the level of people like Lin Feng, Stonefeather, Exian Longsheng, and Liang Pan, they naturally would not look down on Taishu Temple. However, there were many lower-level cultivators who could not see it so clearly, not to mention anything else. Just within Lin Feng's own Xianmen Tianzong, there were some new foundation disciples who were quite disdainful towards Taishu Temple. Taishu Temple wants to be the boss? What are they? But in reality, it was not that Taishu Temple wanted to be the boss. Rather, this sect had always been the boss of the human race's cultivation world in the divine land, and had been the boss for tens of thousands of years. This was not to boost the opponent's morale and diminish one's own prestige. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, and facing the opponent's strength, could one discuss how to surpass them. Lin Feng had always understood this point very clearly. Taishu Temple had already existed in the ancient era of the human sovereign. Before the rise of other major powers, Taishu Temple was the only sect in the divine land that was not under the rule of the human sovereign. It only acknowledged the human sovereign in name and had no intention of fighting for power. Instead, it wholeheartedly monitored the movements of the demon race in Infinite Wasteland. The founder of the Void Temple, Lord Taishu, was a figure from the same generation as the Grand Emperor. They experienced the end of the Archaic Era and the beginning of the Archaic Era together. He led the human cultivators to overthrow the demon race's enslavement. His cultivation was not inferior to the Grand Emperor in the slightest, but he did not fight with the Grand Emperor for the throne. After the Tai Huang fell, Lord Taishu once again modestly gave up the throne of the human sovereign. Only then did Ru Huang ascend the throne. After that, Ru Huang voluntarily abdicated and became a Buddha, founding the Tempest Temple. Lord Taishu humbly gave up the throne for the third time until he disappeared in the Dead Sea, never to be heard from again. This was the famous 3 abdications of Taishu in the ancient era of the human sovereign. Although Taishu Taoist had disappeared after he went to the Dead Sea, Taishu Temple still had its own transcendent position. Later, together with Heavenly Gate, they led the tide of the era and completely abolished the rule of the human sovereign, ending the ancient era. Other than the fact that there were many experts in the sect, the most important reason was the treasure that Taishu Taoist had passed down, the Haotian Mirror, the #1 treasure of divine origin. These 5 words explained everything. There was no need to describe it. Just by looking at the list of experts who had died to this Dharma treasure, one would know the power of this treasure. Jue Huang Xianshang, Ji Huang Xinyuan, and Yuang Tianhai were the 3 strongest demon sovereigns in the history of the demon race. The cause of their deaths was closely related to the Haotian Mirror. This creation Dharma treasure was like a stabilizing force in the human world, protecting the human race's divine land for generations to come. In history, the Haotian Mirror was said to have suffered 3 major damages, which were related to the 3 demon sovereigns. Every time it was damaged, the Haotian Mirror would need a long period of recuperation in order to recover to its perfect state. During this period of recuperation, Taishu Temple would not use the Haotian Mirror easily, otherwise it would slow down the recovery process. Of course, if it was necessary, Taishu Temple would not hesitate. However, from this point of view, it was not just the demon race in Tianhuang vast land, even the human race's divine land that had wanted to challenge the leadership of Taishu Temple over the years had to thank the 3 demon sovereigns. Lin Feng calmly looked at Yan Nanlai. Even if he knew that the Void Temple's strength was great, with experts as numerous as the clouds, and that they could almost rely on their own strength to contend against the entire divine continent, even if the Void Temple had the clear sky mirror to suppress the mountain gate, he would still not feel fear. Being inferior to them now did not mean that there was no possibility of surpassing them in the future. Everything depended on one's own efforts. To create the #1 sect in history, to become the #1 patriarch in history. This was Lin Feng's belief and vision. To be honest, just surpassing Taishu Temple might not be considered achieving his goal. If that was the case, what was there to be afraid of challenging and trying to surpass this colossus? His own vision was even grander than that, and also more ethereal and lofty. Lin Feng had never been afraid of Taishu Temple. At this moment, he was secretly worried. Actually, he was worried that if he and Xianmen Tianzong continued to grow and become stronger until they had the ability to set off a storm in the human cultivation world in the divine land, would it cause serious internal friction in the human cultivation world if they were to go against Taishu Temple? Although there were the 3 concessions of Taishu Temple and the conservative policy behind them, Taishu Temple was used to being the boss. For many years, be it Tianmen sect, Great Thunderclap Temple, Primitive Demon Cult, Shushan Sword Sect, and other sects, they all wanted to shake Taishu Temple's position, but in the end, none of them succeeded. But when Xianmen Tianzong really grew to the point where he had the ability to completely overthrow Taishu Temple, would Taishu Temple still be calm? Although he, Taishu Temple, and many other human race cultivators were closely watching the demon race in Infinite Wasteland to prevent the demon race from benefiting from the internal strife of the human race, how could everything go as planned? For example, the Enchantress, Golden Rock Sage, and other experts of the demon race were not puppets that could be manipulated according to his wishes. Everyone had their own plans. In the end, it was hard to say who would have the last laugh. If the demon race benefited because of the internal friction of the human race, this was something that Lin Feng could not accept. Perhaps when he reached a higher position in the future, he would change his way of thinking and the way he viewed the conflict between the human race and the demon race. But from his current position, he had to consider the threat of the demon race like Taishu Temple. When the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. Lin Feng looked at Yan Nanlai and suddenly laughed. Yan Nanlai, who had an indifferent expression, also laughed. Although their facial features were different, their expressions were very similar, as if they had been carved from the same mold. It's really a difficult task. Lin Feng chuckled, but it is precisely because of this that I want to see the scenery at the peak. How moving it is. Yan Nanlai's figure retreated into the white cloud once again. Soon, the white cloud also disappeared. When this projection disappeared, there were no other scenes in front of Lin Feng. There were only rays of white light that flickered before turning into light spots and dissipating. The scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Lin Feng looked up and found that he was once again in the Ying Sea. Looking behind him, there was a faint light screen that was almost transparent, and he could see the outside world. The illusion that he had experienced previously was actually the moment he passed through the light screen. It reflected the many hidden worries in the depths of his heart. However, if he was unable to strengthen his beliefs, his soul would be corroded by the illusion, and he would be directly assimilated by the light screen, never to think of coming out again. This was an illusion that purely tested one's willpower. It had nothing to do with the cultivation of the person who entered. The light screen illusion was very profound. Once a person passed through it, the illusion would gradually collapse. Lin Feng saw the light screen gradually shattering. Amidst the light spots, Zhu Yi, Li Yuanfang, Jie Yu, White Light, and the others also appeared. Their expressions were somewhat startled. Although this illusion is dangerous, it is also a good place to sharpen one's Tao heart. Lin Feng smiled. Zhu Yi and the others nodded. Then everyone looked forward and saw a huge island and celestial mountain floating above the sea. A slightly trembling voice came from the Li Qingyu table. Yingzhou Celestial Mountain. Zhu Yi and the others also held their breath and focused, looking at the huge celestial mountain in front of them. The space around the celestial mountain was slightly distorted, causing it to float above the Yingzhou Celestial Mountain. making its size appear less exaggerated. But in reality, like Fangzhong Celestial Mountain, Yingzhou Celestial Mountain was also as huge as a small piece of land. Although it was not as huge as Fangzhong Celestial Mountain, its circumference reached a full 4,000 miles. Lin Feng stared at Yingzhou Celestial Mountain and raised his brows slightly. It is indeed an ancient array formation born from heaven and earth. Zhu Yi and Li Yuanfang carefully observed Yingzhou Celestial Mountain. Indeed, in the distorted space above the Celestial Mountain, there seemed to be tens of millions of transparent jade slabs floating, crystal clear, and smooth. However, these jade slabs were extremely huge. They were rectangular, and each of them was half an acre in size. They were stacked together and spread out at the same time, wrapping Yingzhou Celestial Mountain within like a sphere. Although it is abnormally exquisite, it is already very weak. Li Yuanfang took a deep breath and said while staring at the ancient array formation. Lin Feng waved his hand. There's no time to lose. Let's go down. After saying that, he led Zhu Yi and the rest to fly towards Yingzhou Celestial Mountain that was protected by the ancient array formation. Dao, Master Changle, and the rest, who were following behind them, also stared at Yingzhou Celestial Mountain with their eyes wide open. All of them were eager to make a move. Even though Lin Feng was right in front of them, they could not wait to pounce on him. Lin Feng ignored them. As he flew towards Yingzhou Celestial Mountain, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the void above the Celestial Mountain. They are indeed here. The white clouds above the Yingzhou Celestial Mountain seemed to be burning and turned into a dazzling golden light. A vague shadow appeared in the golden light. Although its appearance could not be seen clearly, one could still feel its heavy, vigorous, domineering, and majestic aura. It was as if it carried the weight of the country and ruled over the world. Countless talismans and cursed seals flew and spread in all directions along with the purplish golden light. A city-like palace complex appeared in the middle of the light. The main hall, side hall, courtyard, seal platform, and tall buildings together formed a palace that looked like the residence of an immortal king. It was like the sun in the sky, full of majesty. Slowly, Lin Feng nodded. Taihuang Imperial Palace. This palace was the creation magic treasure refined by the Taihuang Imperial Palace, which later fell into the hands of the Great Zhou dynasty.